We're fine, thank you. So since we are a minute over and we have about 60 people already dialed in or connected to the WebEx, she planned to get started like maybe in a minute.
Perfect. Yes.
Take this off at 1:03 p.m. my time, which right now it says it's 1:02 p.m. Eastern on my phone. Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and start today's plenary. So, excuse me, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to attend today's virtual meeting. It's our 13th plenary for the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group. We've got a full day of time around this, but we have a lot of people who have already connected, and hopefully you're able to hear us well. We will be monitoring the chat function in the event that you have any challenges, and if there's any other problems, you can also send an email to IDESG or IDESG PM, and we'll be monitoring those as well. So it's perfect for this meeting, albeit I think that the individuals like Dr. Tom Sullivan, who attended the HIMSS Healthcare Conference the last few days, and there's 40,000 people there, which is blowing. We have about the same number of people on the call today, too, so you didn't know that. They may disagree that the last day of their event is the best timing, but let me tell you why I think the timing is perfect for to call. First, we formally come together as a body since our January 2015 plenary in Atlanta. And, you know, thumbs up to Atlanta since that's where I live. But most of us left that plenary energized and optimistic about the progress that's being made. We had real tools. We had some great feedback. There was a lot of engagement. And the changes that were occurring, I think, invigorated a lot of people. Progress has definitely continued. And while we do have a new monthly newsletter that I think is outstanding, and that's due to the contributions of our members and the marketing communication support of Conley Works. There's still a lot more information to share. So we know communication is key. We have learned that over the years. And so we have carved out 4 hours to update everyone on as many areas that we thought we could fit in. And why this is a perfect time is that the 2015 elections have completed. Just had the first Management Council meeting of the newly elected delegates. And I want to thank everyone who voted in our elections for leadership of the IDESG. And I also want to thank you for affording me another opportunity to serve as this organization's plenary chair. Reason that I think it's a perfect time for the meeting. Besides yesterday being tax day, it was 4 years since the release of the National Strategy INSTIC, for which our efforts around the identity ecosystem are based. And say more about that because I'm sure that Mike Garcia may have more to share on that topic. So you may agree with me that the timing is right. I have a very full agenda. We've tried to listen also, though, to make sure that we have built in enough time for questions and comments from the plenary. So over the next few hours, you're going to be able to hear from some new and less familiar voices. And that's a really good thing as well, because hearing new perspectives and even engaging in topics related to the ecosystem that you and I may not be familiar with is really important. So we have such a full agenda. I'm not going to spend much more time on the welcome, just, reemphasizing again that thank you so much for taking this time out. We know that 4 hours of your day is not easy to dedicate to any one effort, but this is really important, and we're glad that you're here. With that said, I'm going to pass the ball over to Peter Brown, and the very next thing on the agenda is the year-end review from Peter.
Hi, thanks, Kim, for the introduction. Indeed, this is an exciting time for all, given the time frame and the references you've just given. There is actually no provision in our rules for an annual report or anything from the leadership to the plenary, but in this sort of outgoing chair of the board of Management Council and as IDESG president, as my term of office ends, I thought this would be a good moment to give a quick recap to plenary and hopefully establish some sort of traditional future for reporting on an annual basis back to the plenary. So no further ado, what I want to cover in this brief report is just a quick look about where we were back in January 2014, the last plenary before the elections of the 2014-2015 Management Council, and what we've achieved in the period since then, then followed just a few personal observations and some comments about challenges ahead. I stress this is my point of view from where I sit as chair of the Management Council under the board, and is not necessarily a reflection of the whole. That said, I've asked for feedback and input from members, but I take full responsibility for this presentation. So very briefly, 2014, we've just incorporated as a 501c3 and established the IDESG as an incorporated body with its own board of directors as required by law. And we were still at a phase where a lot of bandwidth had been spent internally on internal governance issues and very much trying to shape up where we were pointing our ship in terms of where we wanted to go. And we had a broad outline of what we wanted to address and looking at use cases and various other inputs, and a broad sense of how we were going to get what we wanted with the emergence of the first discussions around an identity ecosystem framework. But in January 2014, we had a total of just, albeit the privacy evaluation methodology, of one IDESG deliverable. Back now to see what we've achieved since then. First, we've got our own funding. We had the successful response to a federal funding opportunity, which allowed us to shift away from being entirely dependent on a secretariat funded by the program office to a grant arrangement whereby we have a cooperative agreement now with NIST, but where IDESG as an operated entity is fully responsible and in charge of its own funding and its own work. Together with that funding, we have a strategic plan which we drew up and started work on early last year. Laid down some very specific milestones for where we want to be with the identity system framework, what in terms of future funding and a business model. We have actors on board for our core administrative work and the support for the identity system framework, and we have appointed a full-time executive director. You remember in Atlanta that was actually was concluded during the Atlanta plenary, and Mark Anthony was our new executive director during that meeting. So, made great steps forward in our brand and identity. I mean, the fact that we have these rather snazzy templates for our slides is part of a very coherent and I think very well thought through visual identity. We have a fully functioning framework management office with support from colleagues at the OASIS Consortium. Is up and running, the work plan in place, operational procedures in place, support for committees and their deliverables, and have work underway on use cases and functional requirements analysis. And also the area of governance, I think we've turned a corner in sort of, even if there are still a couple of bumps there, having in place codes of conduct and ethics to give everybody a sort of baseline for expectations in terms of behavior. In terms of deliverables, compared with where we were in January 2014, we have a strategic plan in place, we have a work plan for the ecosystem framework, we have a timetable for the adoption of version 1, and that's work on that is progressing very, very well. I'm very excited about that. We have standards adoption policy in place as well as a functional. To wrap up, that's a very brief overview of where things have been. Just a couple of observations from my side. Now this is a bit brutal, but one thing I've noticed, and that many of us have noticed, is that the Rules Association, it's a mess of good intentions but unforeseen consequences. We were, remember, back to Chicago, we weren't sure where we were going, who was going to be on board, how this whole organization was going to get going. There was a lot of mutual concern, if not suspicion, about roles and motives of everybody around the table, and it was normal that we had a very conservative Rules of Association that was very protective of everyone, encouraging as much consensus as possible. How we've noticed there's been gridlock and even some abuse, and I think that's something we may need to just round out a conversation on during the course of 2015. So, comment, when I say the chair cannot lead, I think if you look, and as I had to, obviously, as chair of the Management Council, the exact wording of the role of the chair laid down in the Rules of Association, the chair is not entitled to an opinion, a point of view on anything, has to be a very muted role, muted voice. And the reason behind that, again, I think goes back to this concern about not having an overbearing leadership. I think that now that the organization's maturing, we need to look a little bit about what our different concepts of leadership are, what the various roles are, and I make a comment on that in a moment. I don't think we can ignore that a hallmark during 2014 and even earlier was the number of personal attacks and unprofessional behavior. I think have no place in a mature organization. I think I'll just leave it at that. Looking more positively, I think the strength of this organization is its diversity, the depth and scale of volunteer engagement, and just the sheer number of hours that a large number of people are prepared to commit to moving this organization and the passion with which they do that, but also the maturity and willingness of all members to cooperate in moving this venture forward. And I think this is a remarkable observation for an organization which has come out of nothing from 3 years ago into something which is a very vibrant community. I'll be stepping down from my leadership role, but I continue to look forward to contributing as an individual member from here on in. Challenges ahead, just to wrap up those points from where I'm sitting. I think there are different roles and very clear roles to be played by the new appointed executive director, by the IDESG present officers, those are the fiduciary officers of the incorporated organization, as well as roles for the chair and the members of the Management Council, the plenary, and the leadership of the various committees. And I think what we're starting to see emerge is a very constructive and cooperative agreement between those various leadership roles in terms of identifying what their priorities are. I think that we continue with challenges in visibility and outreach. We need to continue to take the conversation of the work we're doing outside of our own organisation. We need to encourage dialogue members and recognise that sometimes it's on their terms, not on ours. So we're taking our discussion to organisations who have their own terms, their own priorities, but we need to listen to them and have dialogue with them. But equally, where we can bring other outsiders in when they want in, and then clearly on our terms, in terms of the structure and the nature of our own organisation. And a final point about organisational development, still, I think, to not so much make the case to join IDESG, but to strengthen the case for joining IDESG. We've done a lot of work on communications and outreach over the last year, and we need to consolidate that message and have everybody on board in making and selling that case. And obviously, one of the big challenges for long sustainability is sure that we can raise the money to fund our work in the years to come. The final comment, which is more of a sort of personal thanks to a number of people, some of whom are here and others not. Obviously to Jeremy Grant, who's not only been my Vice President of the Management Council, but has been a key figure. Although he very states that he's the only person paid full-time to push this organisation forward, I think we would all agree that his personal contribution and commitment has been above and beyond what would be called of just a sort of tenured little servant. I don't have enough words to express my gratitude to Kim for everything she's done, the number of hours she puts in, and the work that she continues, and the willingness or craziness, I'm not sure which, to continue on as plenary. Yeah. A call out also to Kay Shopper-Cohen, to Mary Ellen Condon, and obviously to Mark Anthony as the former and current executive directors who have been very much on my side in helping me in the work that I've done. Also a few words to the retiring council members, those who've moved on for various reasons, personal, professional, that are also with us on the Management Council. I say a big thank you to all returning new members of the Management Council. And then finally, to the Instinct Programme Office, the guys basically in the engine room of our ship. Without them, this body wouldn't be moving in any direction at all. All of you guys, you've helped me personally, as well as many others in the leadership team. And I think it would remiss of me not to thank you for the work you've done. Once we're over this plenary and when we're into the new phase where we have a new website launched as well, consistent with our new brand and identity, there will be a written version of my report with more details. Will be available at that new website. And it remains for me just to say thank you to everybody for your support, and I look forward to continue working in the organisation in the next year.
Thank you. And it's a combination of just desire to serve the organization and craziness in terms of
Couldn't agree more.
Next on the agenda is the introduction of the new IDESG Board and Management Council, and we have our Executive Director, Mark Anthony, to lead that part. So, over to May.
Thank you very much. I'm going to share an application with you right now. Let me just put this up. The IDESG Management Council Board of Directors slides that are up now?
Yes, but
oh, okay. We'll make them big. Is that better? Okay. Thank you. I just want to thank you, Peter, for the kind shout out. I genuinely appreciate it. This has been a fun last couple months getting up to speed and working with everybody here in the with the Management Council, and thank you to the graduating class, I should say, of the Management Council and the Board of Directors. As you know, we've just recently had an election, and we have seated at the last Management Council meeting on Tuesday the new Board of Directors. And for those Board of Directors, I would like to welcome them. They are our outgoing chairs, Peter Brown, as outgoing vice chair is Jeremy Grant, with the NIST National Program Office for the NSTIC program. Peter and Jeremy will remain on as chair and vice chair until the incoming Management Council can elect new leadership. We anticipate that'll happen within 2 weeks. So at the next Management Council meeting, we'll have a new chair and vice chair. We back Adrian Gropper, our Privacy and Civil Liberties delegate. We welcome Mary Potter as our UX and Human Factors delegate. Jet is returning as a Consumer Advocates delegate. Mike Garcia, who is going to be the acting director of the NSTIC National Program Office, is going to be welcomed into the role of U.S. federal government delegate. We welcome again Dave Burhoff with the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles for U.S. state and local tribal government. Jack Seuss with InCommon for our Education and Innovation delegate. Welcome back Adam Madlin from Symantec as the ID and attributes provider. We welcome Colin Wallace, who is first-time Management Council member for interoperability. Paul Laurent and Mark Cordair are welcome back as well. Returning members, IT infrastructure and regulated industries. New Management Council is Sal D'Agostino with ID Machines. Welcome, Sal. Small Business and Entrepreneurs Delegate. Neville Pattinson is our Security Delegate once again. Two new faces. Matt Thompson from IDMe is going to be the Relying Parties Delegate. He's in a new role as Relying Parties Delegate. Ray Kimball is unaffiliated individuals. And Ian Glazer, returning at large, and Mark DeFrea with Morpho Trust is our new at-large delegate. Thank you all for volunteering your time and your effort to participate in the IDESG Management Council. This is a very important role for everybody, and we know this takes a lot of time and this takes a lot of effort. So thank you all, and I'm sure you're going to be open for questions from IDESG Plenary as the year goes on, and I'm here to help serve and help you get things done. Thank you very much, and I'll kick it back to you, Kim.
Result of the level of involvement that the council delegates want to be a part of. Many of them had dual hats in the past, may have chaired a committee and within the Management Council, and we've seen a few individuals who have felt that they would be best if they could really dedicate their time towards helping with all of the momentum that we're seeing in the organization from the Management Council standpoint. So that means that we have several new people who are chairing some of our committees as well. So we have a lot of new faces, a lot of people more engaged, and I think this is really, again, an exciting time. On our agenda is Mike Garcia. So he's going to be giving a greeting from the NSTIC National Program Office. Mike, are you there? Uh-oh. On the list, and I don't see Mike listed.
You may have joined as a participant in the same way I did.
Okay, second. We'll dig here really quickly. See if I can. As you all have good at dancing. Not really, but trying to kill time. Oh, okay. So yeah, we need to make sure that Mike has the dial-in to be able to speak, because I do see him listed as one of the almost 100 participants that we're up to now, which is great. Wait a minute. The thing that I failed was not only am I honored that I reelected, but also my vice chair, Andrew Hughes, was also reelected, and we have definitely learned to work together very well. And you'll hear later on in the plenary an initiative that Andrew came up with and is excited to share. So I'm very honored to get to work with Andrew again, too. Oh, okay, Mark here. Now you could be able to speak. Hi.
Now, we have some exciting technical difficulties in here that we just finished to work through. Thank you.
Did it very quickly. No, did it very quickly, so that's right.
You just called in like 4 times in 3 minutes, so I think that my fingers are going to be sore tomorrow.
Well, pass it off to you.
Thank you, Kim. Thank you all very much. I'm not going to take very long. So, in closing remarks, first, I want to thank you very much for the kind words for the team in the NPO. They are definitely a working bunch, and I really appreciate you saying what's said.
You're very welcome.
Talk about very quickly. First one, as you know, and Peter mentioned, there's a bit of a transition going on in the NPO these days. Starting on May 1st, I'm acting director of the NPO. And, there's some questions about how the NPO is going to change as a result of that. So the first thing I'll say is that we have an awful lot that's working in NPO right now, and so we're going to keep at that stuff. So we're going to do some things a little bit differently. Over the course of the next few months, you'll be hearing about some of those things that we're not quite ready to announce yet, but we're definitely working on some new initiatives that we think are pretty exciting. This is, as Kim mentioned, the day after the 4th NSTIC-iversary, as I've been calling it. And it's a natural transition point for the NPO, entirely independent of Jeremy's departure. There are a couple things we're going to be doing a little differently. One of them is that, that kind of broadly, we're going to be focusing on where we've been and what do we really need to do to finish the job. And we're kind of past this startup phase. We're past this ramp-up phase, and it's time to really, really execute and get ourselves to the point where we've got this thing done. And that's the way we be thinking about it every day, and that's the way we plan to be thinking about it in the NPO every day. So we are going to hear about some new initiatives in the next few months. We're going to update the standards, including 863, based on feedback from all of our partners across industry and everywhere else, whether they want to hear it or not. As you may know, we already have a notice to reviewers out for exactly that purpose, to get some comments on how we should go about looking at updating 863 and what it really is that could bring it more in line with what the commercial space are doing while still functioning the way it needs to for the government. This week, we also released a public document on the pilots program. In this and the week before, we released a new an FFO, federal funding opportunity for a pilots program focused specifically on privacy-enhancing technology. These items are kind of our first push to the way that we're going to be looking at pilots in the future. We're going to be transitioning from this very kind of broad barrier sort of approach to a more focused technology approach, where the focused technologies focus on business, focus on frameworks in specific that we think we need to see. What are the use cases that really aren't getting done quite yet, or what are the technologies that there are still gaps that we need to fill? That's what we're going to be thinking about our pilots program going forward. We're going to introduce some new work for comment in May on privacy engineering and privacy risk management. How is it that we can go from, in the same way that we're looking at pilots doing technology work, we want to look at, well, what are the ways that organizations can view privacy in a more systematic way, like they often do with information security these days, but aren't quite there yet with organizational risk on privacy. We're going to be continuing to move Connect.gov forward. We have always promised that we're going to eat our own dog food if we're going to be trying to get all this stuff done in the private sector, and Connect.gov is currently in a pilot phase and ramping up and integrating with agencies. We'll be ramping that up even further and moving it into full and scaling operation mode in the very near future. A huge focus for our office, as it always has been. So the general way to think about it is that, and this will bring me to my second point, is that in the NPO, don't expect all of a sudden, some turn on our heel and going in a different direction, but we're going to be building on the momentum we have in our office. And it's only fair that we do that because that's exactly what we're going to be asking the IDESG to do as well. So the reality is that we're seeing a lot of momentum right now in the IDESG, the likes we've not seen in the previous 2 years before, roughly holiday season of, back in December. So it's very common that success hinges on an organization's ability to build upon its own successes. And right now we have a really good opportunity in the IDESG to do exactly that, the big MO, right? Momentum really matters. So first, most importantly, thank you everyone for the incredible work that folks have put in to get this organization standing up, get it to be a independent organization on a path towards being self-sustaining, and on a path towards, we're getting awfully close to version 1 of the identity ecosystem framework, right? We've got requirements in, we got a full-time executive director on, we're doing really good work right now. And so as easy as to get sidetracked now that we've kind of gotten this big requirements thing into the FMO and we're the committee to figure out what to do, with the time until it comes back from the FMO. It's important, as easy as it is to get sidetracked, to think about that momentum and building on it to keep moving forward. So thank you for everything you guys have done to get us where we are towards version 1. And I think that we should all thank each other for pushing through and getting ourselves into a pretty productive mode on requirements. Money, the best way to thank each other is to let it go to waste. And so we hope that, we're able to do in the NPO with our work that's not IDESG related, just as with our work that's IDESG related. And we hope that folks with their volunteer time and all the effort they put in the IDESG are able to do, get version 1 out the door and turn this organization to what it really is right to be in a lot of ways. And that is a meaningful, sustained part of the ecosystem that's coming to fruition, to really be a meaningful player in making online transactions better. The question is, that's what we stood up for, and we're getting close to that, and it feels good. So we should celebrate that success and use that success and build on it and keep moving forward. And we're here to do whatever we can to make that process easier. And no one should be afraid to reach out to us if they have ideas on how to make that work, be it the management council, the board, plenary chair, so on and so forth, or just members of the IDESG. How do we get this thing done? It's going to require a lot of work and a lot of time, but we're getting there. And that's really the message that we have.
Thank you. We will not let the time, effort, and resources go to waste. So that can count on.
Indeed.
Thank you for your comments. We have been able to actually get a little ahead of schedule now. And the next person on the has come from that massive 4,000 person. I don't know how you have a conference with that many people. Well, RSA is close. Conference, and that's Tom Sullivan. And Dr. Tom, can you hear me? And can you? Oh, yeah, I see you're off mute as well. So I think we're turning it over to you.
Thank you, Kim. Are you able to hear me all right?
Yes, I'm great.
Okay, so you're right. I got back in the Boston area around midnight last night from Chicago. Actually, final day of the HIMSS conferences today. They'll be wrapping it up. But for those for the attendees who don't know about healthcare and health in the HIMSS conference, just I'll say a few words. Nation Management Systems Society. It's been around, I think, for about 50 years. I started going to a couple of the meetings maybe 20 years ago, and I've been a pretty regular attendee over 8 years when my job more fully, instead of just taking care of patients, getting involved with writing software for and educate physicians and hospitals especially around medication management. But the HIMSS conference had 40,000 attendees. There were 1,500 companies including lots of federal agencies, the military system. There were a lot of people there working on came up to the booth I was at about new biometric identifiers and just of identity solution providers in general. But it is a big conference. It's impossible to visit everywhere, and decided, the HIMSS leadership decided this year that they can only go to 2 places now. So for the future, it's going to be either in Orlando or in Vegas. Chicago's big enough, but it's much more expensive, I guess. So anyway, that was the, and they usually get, pretty prominent people to speak. Like yesterday, yesterday's speaker was George W. Bush. His comments were, since he was the first one to fund in the dollars fund healthcare IT through to the national coordinator ONC. Comments were, since I left the presidency, after interested in healthcare, he had a partial knee replacement, he had a stent placed in his coronary artery, and he's basically saying that IT is a necessary tool to advance, and he feels that, to quote him, that logical solutions become inevitable. That's what he said. Now, I didn't go to his conference. I was too busy, working the crowd and answering questions. But the concluding speaker is the head of the ONC, Karen DeSalvo. So it's a kind of a must-attend meeting for a lot of healthcare IT companies. One of the speakers was Hillary Clinton, and then the year before was her husband, Bill. So to get people who are really policy makers and people who can actually affect decisions on how healthcare goes, and there's been a rising rise in the interest in healthcare IT. I'll mention that a couple of people there in the HIMSS leadership are involved with us. I'll mention Gallagher, who also co-chairs. She's a member of our healthcare IDESG committee. She also does a lot of the security and privacy, and she's the co-chair of the Federal Advisory Committee on and technology for healthcare information transport and security. So we're happy to have her as a member of our IT committee, and I'll also give a little to some of the other members who are phenomenal, and they often go to HIMSS. Not everyone was there, but Bill Braithwaite, many of you know, he was the author of the privacy rule, is an active member of our committee, and just complete the first version of the HIMSS. He's the chair of the HIMSS task force on identity management. Actually formed after the HIMSS meeting last year, when one of the NIST pilots was presenting at HIMSS. And I'd probably miss. I'll just have to mention a couple of other names. Barry Heeb was there, and who's also a member of our committee, much interested in universal identifiers. I saw Kathy Tilton. We had a couple of meetings there. Morning, Debbie Bucci, who's the ONC liaison, our IDESG Healthcare Committee, and they presented with the Open ID Foundation. I think you know the executive director there, and UMA, the user management with the A and UMA. But anyway, there's a lot of cross-fertilization between other entities and our IDESG Healthcare, and I think as Kim mentioned, The RSA conference is coming up, so a lot of these people will be there also. So that's what I wanted to say about HIMSS, but just a quick update on what we've been doing in our subcommittee over the past few months surrounding identity. We had a meeting, a call last week. We actually took a vote, a formal vote in our committee. We don't do that very often, and I was elected chair right when we started the committee and re-elected about a year ago. And so I've been, active on this committee since it was starting in IDESG, and it's pretty rare that we take a vote. But a week ago, what we did is several of our members participated in the HIMSS task force on identity management and brought in a lot of experts, including the standards folks, again from UMA, from the FIDO Alliance. Heard some of those people present in front of our committee as well as the task force, and there's a lot of cross-fertilization and members who are task force and us and vice versa. But they voted to endorse a statement where some people will say it's controversial. Patient identity should be LOA 3 at least, unless there's a analysis according to the risk as defined by HIPAA that would allow for exceptions. And it's I think it's only a 3 or 4 page document, and we sit around, and it's the reason I'm mentioning it is because we want to move it out of our committee now to the up the ladder to the hierarchy. As there was a clear-cut majority actually sending Mark Anthony and Peter and Andrew Kim some notes, and I thought it was like not one, but I just got a call this morning that it was actually 12 in favor of it and only 1 opposed. And yet we feel that you can never reach unanimity in these things. We feel it's very important, extremely important, just the way standard development organizations address every single objection to a vote. That's what we felt we tried to do. We're passing that up as the first step on to private or whatever other common groups the DSG leadership feels are appropriate to see if we can see a consensus. And basically what we were doing, as I said, we were endorsing the work that the HIMSS task force had done in trying to bring some standardization about patient identity and how you access your own records online. I guess that when we started 3 years ago, I was pleased to see Mike involved. I was very much involved in the revision to the NIST, special publication 863. I was involved in getting it to version 2, and we're very happy that they're re-examining that, because at the very first healthcare meeting when we formed 3 years ago, the first deliverable was we wanted to see if NIST could provide more granularity. And I know that was controversial at that time, more granularity in terms of the levels of assurance and a little bit more guidance. Happy to see that that's examined, and we're hoping that the HIMSS task force recommendations will be taken into consideration. Let me see. I think that's much all of my summary. In fact, again, I'd like to thank everybody who has been in the leadership, Jeremy Grant, and those who are retiring, those who are coming in. This is not an easy job for, at least with my perspective. I've been a psychologist in healthcare for many more years than I care to admit. Oh, I enjoy this. It's not easy, and I recognize that there are a lot of hardworking people at the NPO and NIST and in the IDESG and Weapon Management Council. I'm extremely pleased with the quality of and the expertise of the people who at least have come to my committee and what I've learned from the rest of the meetings that we have, both face-to-face and the virtual. So again, another thanks and shout out to, and I know I probably didn't mention all the people, but I'll say thanks, and I guess I'll just sit there.
Thank you. So, let me let you all know some housekeeping items real quickly. Chat function has now been enabled, so you are able to chat. That was red in your display probably. Now it should be blue at the upper right corner. And we also have a Q&A function, and that is where you should put any questions to the presenters so that we don't have to try to navigate through the chat window. So I did not see any questions for Tom in regards to Identity Healthcare and the HIMSS conference. Let me just ask one more time, though, just in case. It doesn't have any questions. So then the next thing on the agenda is addition of standards to be used in the Identity Ecosystem Framework. And Paul is going, from the Standards Committee, is going to lead that discussion. And you're off mute, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Well, I'll test going and say here to the healthcare going with a level 3 decision. I think this is our first plenary since we've lost Kathy Tilton as chair of the standards. It was a huge loss, but we're thankful for her time, and she's still an active member of the committee, so we're still leadership and expertise. Before I get into this, real quick update on standards. I'll start with those that were able to see the blog last week on standards. I think we've got a lot to be proud of from the IDE perspective, and some of this is redundant from what you've already heard the other folks say. Our ship is out there in the ecosystem driving a lot of really good things from a standards perspective. Wealth, I mentioned in the A in UMA is access, by the way. We're starting to see adoption of standards like FIDO. We're starting to see enterprises like Microsoft offer alternatives to passwords. There's a whole lot going on. And as we've talked about, NIST has recognized that, and we are doing our job to that as well with 863 and the potential for more to come. So great job, but as everyone said, we've got a lot of work going forward. And I will also mention .gov is also challenging the space as well, because it's got some very interesting use cases in sense of identity assertion standards that we need to work together with industry on to update in order to drive some privacy aspects of Connect.gov all the way to the end. So good job so far, and a lot to come, and that's a great segue into what I'm doing right now. Tim McKay is actually leading an ad hoc group to take version 1 of the standards adoption policy into version 2. We've had a whole host of lessons learned. Kim, I think we one step ahead. There we go. Thank you. We a whole lot from the past year. We've got SAML adopted, but we've from that effort, and we've learned from the upcoming or the set of standards that we're actually putting through now. So we have a whole host of issues that were deferred. Those were from the first one where we had comments from the group. Those comments were scope given the timeline we had and the scope that we set initially. So we're going back to those to educate, and those commenters that heard obviously agreed for such deference. So we're happy to get their issues back on the table. What types of standards that are actually adopted? We have, our certifications included in that, some of the nuances in terms of what it is in a standard is being looked at. What are we aiming to really adopt a standard? We're looking at how, as a committee, do we liaise with industry and reach out to industry? While we, by charter, on our standards organization, we market into the identity ecosystem to really address gaps and drive industry to standards that address those gaps and be a champion and sense a market maker gaps in the marketplace. Stick is about doing things that haven't been done today and haven't been done yet. So it's not good enough to rest on the answer of, well, it hasn't been done, or it's difficult to do, or that product doesn't support it, or that product doesn't support it. We've got principles, and we've got real live use cases that may require to be filled. That, what I mean for the ACC, how do we engage? How do we identify those gaps? What do we do when we identify those gaps? That's all being addressed, and we learned some really good things there in our last, specifically around some issues that our pilots identified for us. What does it mean to apply the guiding principles to evaluation? They're written in the stick. They're very specific. What happens when a standard comes in that's, necessarily putting a credential in somebody's hand, or a organization that would be an identity provider otherwise. So we're looking at that stuff. The rest is really just the cycle of standards. What is if there's a minor revision, major revision? What happens if the policies of an organization changes from the time we evaluated them? That there could be significant changes in transparency and openness and affordability that we will assess. So Tim and I are working really hard on that. And of course, that'll all flow down into next slide, please. Next slide, the one that was prior. There we go. So nothing here than just a shout out to Tim and his team and the fact that meeting is going on. And if we look at the host of things that team is looking at, this is version 2. It's not a point revision of version 1. And I think it'll materially act about adopt standards into basically the baseline of the EF and what I'd say is the toolbox for implementers that want to be with the EF that's being built. So I guess I'll kick it back to you. I think I know that we are we've got a full docket that we're building up for the next year, so I'm hoping for much more time at our plenary.
Well, I agree. I think that the work that is being done with the help of the FMO is going to give items for our next plenary for discussion. So, on the agenda, and I looked and I don't see any questions in the question window. There are a couple of sidebars around the question and process. So if you do have a question, again, that you can enter it in that Q&A box that's on the right-hand side of your screen. In the event that you would prefer to verbally ask a question, if you also chat that, we can take care of that for you as well. Next agenda is Randall Gamby, and Randall is one of those newer voices that I'm excited to hear engaged with the IDESG. And Randall represents the Trust Framework and Trustmark Committee. He's the chair of that committee, and he's going to discuss the baseline requirements. So I'll pass it on to you, Randall.
Great, thank you, Kim. Good day, everyone. So my name is Randall Gamby, and I'm the IAM strategist for U.S. Bank. But more importantly, as Kim just pointed out, I was recently elected as the chair of the Trust Framework and Trustmark, or as we kindly refer to it, the TIFTM committee. So this is an interesting position to have because the trust is an interesting topic. You know, you can't touch it, you can't code it into your identity, you can't put it inside your application. But it really is the basis for how we relate as individuals and organizations. So while the IDESG is creating a lot of great capabilities to meet the goals of the INSTIC program, the reality is that without trust, you know, even the best of the interoperable technologies out there will struggle to take traction. It really relies on individuals and organizations who need to go from one end of a provider up to a recipient through the ecosystem and have the trust transfer across each one of those individuals. So do I trust the site that I'm connected to? Do I trust the site that's 2 connections down from me? Do I trust the fact that I give my identity to a provider that they will protect it? So this idea of around trust is really a key linchpin in order to make the INSTIC and the IDESG ideas really to stick. So without, like I said, you know, we could tend to struggle. So with that said, I just want to give some folks some updates to the TIFTM committee itself in case you are new to the plenary or this is your first time attending. So the TIFTM group is really around performance. We're really almost a support committee for those folks that are doing the great work around the technologies and the interoperability that happens inside of that. So in order to achieve the trust that the INSTIC and the IDESG group are looking for, the TIFTM group is really entrusted to develop a kind of a self-attestation, self-assessment approach, as well as a conformance program for an identity exchange framework. Paul just outlined the fact that there are many standards being developed within our partner committees, and they are actually brought to the TIFTM committee for distribution. You know, so we will have the privacy committee, security committee, interoperability, usability. They create those standards of what they think represents the INSTIC and IDESG guideline principles need to be tested across each of these organizations that want to submit to getting be recognized as an INSTIC participant. And therefore, in order to do that, we have to have a list or an attestation component where people can go back and say, based upon these privacy rules, yes, we adhere to those. Based upon these security rules, we adhere to those. And then from that standpoint, then as an individual or an organization who is not a provider starts to interact with the IDESG and in the INSTIC ecosystem, they can have assurances that they know that there's a certain level of trust and security that's spread across each of the organizations. We can go to the next slide. I point out that this is a very active group. I've only been the chair since March, and the folks that led this organization before me did a great job. We have great participants within our environment, and what we're doing in order to get forward for those June deliverables is to do a couple of tasks. And I've just got a really quick little timeline out here just to give you an overview, and we'll go into some details on this in the next slides about what the organization is doing. So as I mentioned before, we have all these different standards that are coming out of our various committees that are working in conjunction with the TIFTM group. So the first thing we've done is we actually worked with FMO and within the committee members and come up with a statement of work to harmonize these functional requirements for the self-attestation assessment. So, you know, taking each of the standards from each of those bodies, putting them in a common framework, putting them into a standardized format that we can use, and that way when we distribute this out to the people who are interested in becoming part of the INSTIC ecosystem, they have a set of standards to run against. The other side of this is that it's one thing to give them a list of standards that they have to do, but then they also have to provide that backwards, because in the trust relationship side, you want to be able to see that these people have been trusted. And so there's this idea of a trustmark environment, but you can't just go up and have, you know, third-party approvers, people who do the evaluations. It really kind of starts with a self-assessment. And so the first phase that we're rolling out is going to be a stand-up of a self-assessment capability where we'll provide the standards to these organizations. they will provide those their responses back to show that they are adhering to the IDESG and IDESG principles and guidelines. And from there, we will put that to a self-assurance, a self-assessment listing service, which we call SALS for self-assessment listing service. And that SALS will be published out on the on the IDESG website, so that if individuals want to go out and take a look at, who are the people who have already adhered to the IDESG principles, they can go and take a look for that. Actually, all the work that we've done around understanding these requirements, standing up these assessments, they'll feed eventually into the idea of having a Trustmark program, which this committee is also responsible for. In addition to that, we're doing some additional work that's in the kind of the second phase or the bottom side of this. And what we're doing is we're developing a Trustmark value proposition and recommendation. So one of the things that we recognize in a Trustmark, especially from one that's got the ties that the IDESG has with the federal government, with large communities of interest, and also with state and local governments, and such as the healthcare facilities and stuff, just heard from the last announced before that, is this idea that we want to have a Trustmark. So not only do we have a self-assessment, but someone has gone out, reviewed those assessments, determined that for sure as a third party that you have adhered to those, and they put that stamp down there like a UL type of stamp. There's a lot of value behind that. And the question that's come up within the IDESG environment is that does that value represent, what's that value represent to us? Is it something that we should charge for based on its value? Should we implement this in a phase and look at the barriers to introduction to providers into this network to determine what's the best way for them to come in? What's the steps behind that? How would those be integrated? And so we're right now kicking off a recommendation, an evaluation and assessment to take a look at what other Trustmark organizations are doing, what their fees they charge, if any, how this is used in assurance to ensure that these people are meeting the standards of whatever Trustmark organization that is. And we're doing additional analysis to this to create a recommendation that we'll pass on to the board, share with our partner committees to make sure that they're in approval with how this works, and eventually take that value proposition plan once it's been approved and move that up into the Trustmark program and some of the frameworks about how that Trustmark program will develop. So self-assessment tool and capabilities will provide the content of what we'll look for from a Trustmark program. Second line of activities that we're doing will provide the framework around that Trustmark and the timing around that Trustmark program. So as we move forward in a more mature area of trust, we'll have the capability of doing that. Slide, please. Just to break down the top section in a little bit, the first thing we have is our work order 04 SME 04. And the main thrust behind this particular work order is, as I mentioned before, the various partner IDESG committees that we've worked with have put forth their requirements for what they think is the attributes or the values that need to be adhered to by an organization in order to meet their guidelines that represent what the IDESG is looking for. Because of different committees, there's this need to bring this data together to make it cohesive, to ensure that the language, that the three definitions are consistent across those environments, and actually to derive a functional model responsible for that. So later from now, Paul Knight will be talking about more about what's happening with 04 because it is in work right now. He's with the MO organization, and he'll talk about that a little later. But the idea behind that is once we get these requirements together, we'll have to share this not only with you guys in the plenary, but also work in conjunction with our partners in the various standards committees, privacy committees, et cetera, and ensure that they are comfortable with these are the requirements that we'd look at from a self-assessment. So everybody has to look at it, give it a stamp mark saying yes, based on what our part was and looking at what other committees have done, believe that this is a comprehensive set of self-assessment requirements that we pass on to our providers so they can go out and do those tests and ensure that they can provide a certain level of trust to the individuals and companies looking to use the IDESG format. Please. The other piece of work that we saw before was the 05 stuff, standing up the self-assessment tool. It's really not a tool of itself. It's really a program It's setting up the framework, the collection retention information that we maintain, what the web interface will look like. We'll also get into things like, what elements need to be published, things like that. And the idea behind this is, and you'll see later on, the new IDESG website. This would be yet another component of that for people to go out to get their self-assessment information and pass that on. I'm pleased to announce that today that we've been working quite closely with the FMO office with that, and I have on the line Jamie Clark, if you could allow Jamie to speak. And I asked Jamie if he would give us a few more details about this upcoming work that's coming up in 05. Jamie, can you give us some more details?
On, and good afternoon, good morning to those of you who are on the left coast like me. Right, coming through okay?
And we hear you're great.
The end up of what you see sometimes called an attestation program, but really is the self-assessment listing service that we mentioned, is, as you know, if you've been following along over the months, phase the first of two major phases that we're seeking to create a method for participants in the ecosystem to reach levels of mutual trust and assurance with each other and be prepared to do transactions in a trust framework environment. I'll be talking a little bit more about that in his presentation later today in terms of the overall plan. This piece of it contemplates having a first set of work, which Paul will also describe and to which Randall referred, but offered as a testable series of quizzes against which the participants can give us advice about whether they're at that point in the carnival ride where they can say, you must be this high to jump on this ride. And we want everybody to be able to get on the ride, so making it easy is important. And the self-assessment listing service is our first big step. Hope to have live and running and out for the world the third quarter of this year to help them do that. The of the puzzle that this includes hits a number of projects, and let me just mention them, not because we're going to talk about them in detail today, but because if you hear something you like, call, talk to Tifton, and let's get your help with this work. If you hear something you don't like, let's talk to Tifton as well, because they're working on some pieces of it. The FMO staff for IDESG is working on other pieces of it, and we'll be bringing it to Tifton. So the game is going to be in the Trust Framework Committee's court over a couple of months. So hopefully this will either whet your interest or tell you that we're on the right track. Among the things that we are developing are an application package, which is essentially what a would-be assessor up and looks at, do I want to do this? What's it take? What's the FAQ? How do I participate? Where I check the box to provide my answers? And what happens when I do that? A related piece of work is an online applicant guide. We think that there will be some available on the website, although some part of that will be built out as a second stage to walk persons who want to self-assess, entities who want to self-assess through that process. Itself is already on hard at work on an end-user guide that actually speaks to the folks who might be accessing the listing. If I am with a company and I have entered a listing into this facility, then somebody else is going to come along and read it. It will be helpful for us to interpret for those readers, whether it's consumers, citizens, other companies, trading partners, regulators. People want to know what that assessment means and what it doesn't mean, and the end-user guide is our telling them what to think of these entries in the listing. There is a terms of use document underway, kind of like an SLA that details who owns the data, what happens to it, where it goes, how long we keep it around, how it's going to stay there, other kinds of things that anybody who wants to come work with a system like this would want to know. There's a somewhat detailed program guide, and I'm going to conflate a couple things here in terms of the plan and the adaptation, the operations guide. We need to write out specific instructions and have a sufficient degree of detail, a specific understanding of who has to do what with what, including once things are up and running, who maintains the material, who answers questions about accuracy, errors, downtime or appeals of what's being said there. We've got to have the ops plan for this thing going forward, and that is going to be a big part of what is bringing to TIFTM to talk about over the month and two. And then, in addition to that, the committee itself is on a dispute resolution process. What do we say to people if they come to the registry, come to the listing and say, I don't agree with what's there, or I put some stuff up there and I change it, now I can't change it and I'm not happy. Somebody's got to solve those issues, and the committee is working on articulating how we will fairly and hopefully in a low-impact environment solve those issues. There's another piece of work relating to website design. I'm going to be conflating a couple items here as well, where we need to know what are the elements for the website that's going to be the for people encounter when they wish to self-assess or register a listing. What front end is going to be, how is it going to work, and what's behind it. When it comes up later and wants to look at that listing or query it, how simple does it have to be? What can we pull off? What do the web forms look like? What considerations do we have for usability and for accessibility? So that's a big part. This is really coming up with what I call the storyboards and the functionality design behind it. Will eventually be a resource stood up not by the TIFTM committee but by IDESG Inc. And so the management of the organization is going to be quite involved, and we have folks that the organization has engaged to work on technical web resources. But first, we're going to tell them what it looks like, what's expected, what they're going to do, and how it should all hang together. And that is the major piece of work between now and the next 2 months. And then finally, the committee is also working on the value proposition, to which Randall alluded. We tell people why they should come play, why they should use the system, what the benefits are of listing, what it means to list, why it's safe, and what it's going to cost for us to keep this running, and how IDESG should offer this resource over time. That in which the committee is taking the ball and running with it. So those are our major components. And Randall, unless I've stepped in anything in the wrong direction or gendered question, I think I'm done.
Great, very much, Jamie. That was great. So, folks, as you can see, we have a lot of work that's being done within the committee in order to stand up this self-assessment program. And the FMO, Jamie and his teams, Paul, et cetera, who have worked with us, are working with us. You know, this is not an outsourcing type of activity. This is something where they're providing professional resources we can use to leverage, do this in a timely and professional manner. And so the TIFTM group, the committee that we work with, that I chair on, we actually participate quite a bit with the FMO in these processes and in these work. And so not only do we are helping to stand up and review the work that's being done, we're also doing additional work on top of this, as Jamie called out. If we go to the next slide. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about that bottom component. Something that Jamie kind of alluded to, and I've also spoke just a little bit about, is this idea of a public user's guide, and we've actually just completed the first draft of that. Waiting, of course, for the 04 and 05 information to finalize it. But the 04 and 05 work is concentrating mainly around the providers who will utilize the self-assessment capabilities. And so this idea of this user guide is for the public and other non-provider organizations that to engage, identity, attribute providers or others that will be listed in this self-assessment listing service files. So, it's one thing to instruct the people who want to be providers on how to do their assessments, how to ensure that created correctly, what the remediation programs, et cetera, some of those things that Jamie talked about. But it's more importantly for the public to be able to go not only look at these services, but understand how to use it. And so this was a very important piece of documentation that was I just said, was in a draft on that. And just to get a little more details around the Trustmark value proposition. So, really what we're trying to do is understand how does the IDESG Trustmark compare to other Trustmark organizations? Or do we provide better value, lesser value? Is it something that we can use to increase our trust? And if so, how do we go about doing that? Is there a market value to it? Again, those question of whether fees should be charged. What's the framework? Do we go with no fees, go with a lesser fees, go to a greater fees, go with no fees at all, provide it as a service? exactly how does the fees run as far as the market value shows it, and what are the disadvantages of doing fees? You know, will this drive away people who may have been a provider for us or willing to go through the self-assessment process or the trust program? And we'll review these with the various committees and the plenary, and once we're satisfied that we have good analysis, that we have good information with us, we will be presented to the board for their consideration. And then at that point, the board can decide, you know, whether they want to take advantage of the various proposals or, you know, pick and choose those that make sense, that matches best against what their drives and their plans are. Go to the next slide, please. So the self-assessment process we're going through within the TIFTM group is really the first phase of ensuring instant compliance. We want to ensure, again, that level of trust, that people believe that by going against a provider that is on our listing service, that they will get a certain level of trust and attestations, and those are based upon this list standards that have been provided as a minimum level of standards for trust, that each of the providers within the organizations that go within the IDESG and in the ecosystem will need to bring in at a minimum level. And, you know, the TIFTM group is not just an oversight group. We're not just going out and farming things to the FMO. We're actually partnering with the FMO, and we're working very stringently and putting in some long hours. I know the FMO is working very hard on these tasks for 04 and 05 that we issue. And so if you're interested in something where you like compliance, you're looking at how would this affect my organization, you know, we're a great community that you may want to invest in. Especially if you're not a technical person, you just want to be a consumer of this, understand how this works, and understand how the trust that you get out of the IDESG and Instant program. You know, we're a great committee that you can work with that. And again, we're not just an oversight group. We don't just work and disregard the other committees. We have to actually work on them. They're driving us toward what the framework needs to represent. They're giving us their requirements, and it's our job to successfully translate that into what the providers need to do in order to answer what they need to do from assessment perspective. So with that said, I'll just put in one more little sales talk, and that's, you know, we're always seeking committee members. We are extremely active. We meet on a weekly basis, and like I said, we're getting ready to kick off the work at the lower levels around. We've just completed some of the user guide information, and we're now going to be stretching into that value proposition component, and we're always looking for experts and help in that space. And, you know, just aware that, like I said, while we may not be a standards group, or we may not be producing product, the one thing we're trying to produce is trust. And to me, if you don't have trust, then, you know, the technology is for naught. So with that said, that's the end of my talk, and can I turn it back over to Kim?
Thank you. One question did come in. It came in a little early, so you'll have to put it in context. And the question was, is there a place to look at what's being evaluated?
So we are pulling that together, and we will have that information come the end of April, which is not very far away, just a couple weeks away. That's actually part of the 04 initiative, so we're expecting to get from the FMO group soon a list of those normalized or harmonized set of requirements, and we'll have those as soon as we get those requirements. Those, of course, will be published as part of our committee notes.
Any other questions? Let me look in here. So thank you very much, and we're very glad that you have agreed to not just become an active member in the IDESG, but to lead the TIFTM committee as well. Thank you. So Randall said he is with U.S. Bank. You know, one thing I wanted to point out, earlier when Dr. Tom was speaking, we were here in the healthcare community in a sense, right? We have these communities of interest that are also a part of the IDESG. Some of the things that we do are very functional driven, so, you know, standards, security, privacy, but then the staying connected to those communities of interest is also very, very important. So I hope that with the addition of Randall and U.S. Bank and other members, they'll be able to reinvigorate the Finance Services Committee and identify what other communities of interest need to have special ways to communicate together and then share back to the plenary. And I think that makes a really good segue, actually, to the next speaker, which is our plenary vice chair, Andrew Hughes. And he's focused right now on community engagement ideas. So, Andrew, are we able to hear you?
Thanks, Kim.
We're going to pass it off to you.
That's a segue. I'll modify it by saying I'm laser focused through a cloud of mist. How's that?
That's okay. Lasers still work.
Okay. So as Kim mentioned, I'm looking at a project around community engagement. Now, get your questions ready, keyboards ready. During this presentation, I'm expecting to have questions in their minds that other people are certainly going to be wondering about. This is a work in progress, so just ask the assumptions, and we'll make this work out as we can. So, okay. The background and context for this work. Recall the role and mission and vision of the IDESG is all around promote secure, user-friendly ways to give individuals and organizations confidence in their online interactions. And we'll know we're done when a world where people's security and privacy of online identification and the exchange of personal data exists. That's here. Net emphasis and highlight. Confidence in interactions. And to envision personal for verification and the exchange of personal data. If you think back over the last year and a half, where IDESG has been focused on and working on, I noticed some gaps between the great work we're doing today and our overall mission and vision. I've been thinking about over the last several months, in discussion with many of the plenary members, on face meetings and on committees, is there in what IDESG is doing that we really should start now or sooner? Is there a way we need to connect back to the roots of IDESG and national strategy so that we end up in a place that we thought we were going to end up? Okay. So, sorry, go back to this. If you're wondering, the mission statement and vision statement, these are the ones that we worked on about a quarter ago, plenary. These are actually based in the prior work. So, about IDESG as an organization and its role in the national strategy and in the ecosystem is the very participation. There are many different industries and verticals and entities right in IDESG. A section between private sector, public sector, individuals, and public policy. If we heard Mike Garcia earlier on in the plenary talk about NIST and the National Program Office are supporting the overall national strategy initiative, actually making efforts within the federal government and their partners to make it real, to actually take steps forward. On some of the other presentations, as we'll hear in the next few presentations, plenary. with current projects underway. Now, we call them actual real IDESG projects, but they're bodies of work that we're focused on. With Certification Program Version 1, the Self-Attestation Listing Service Program, Randall and we were talking about in the previous presentation. We're talking about how to do a modular trustmarks catalog, benefit of the ecosystem as a whole, and we're in the process of building registries of various works that are intended for the ecosystem. There's the standards listing, the station listing registry, and other registries of works under development through the various adoption processes. So, but what's missing? So, in about where the national strategy and the history of IDESG got to the current day, many people have observed that there are some pieces that just aren't present in today's into IDESG. Things like, once we know NSTIC-based ecosystem with ANSIs coming in and participating and interacting, there will be a need for governance and policy. Governance and policy of IDESG itself, but governance and policy policy for ecosystem participants, interact, who sets rules, what is deemed acceptable behavior, non-social behavior, that sort of thing, governs just the function within the ecosystem. Listening activities are around engagement with various communities of interest, people, and organizations that are at the table at our meetings. This is IDESG, we have many structures that to stakeholder engagement, these stakeholders, but now it's been difficult to take action and make those channels active. Okay. Another area that is a future item is really the good, better, best practices. What's the point of having an NSTIC ecosystem? Well, one is to have it, of course, is to help guide participants and people that are looking for a better doing things online, better way of interacting online, that protects privacy, that's secure, that's cost-effective, lets them do what they need to do without compromising their values. So it's to the ecosystem participants on good, better, and best. So these are some of the missing activities, I think. Until now, we've set aside as we work on the current ideas of certification program, various and registries. Okay. Over the last few years, I like to come up with hypotheses and control statements. So, IDESG, the body information that would be needed to support policy development. What is policy and policy development is those things like articulation of better and best practices, those of the road, if you will. The elements that you see in some trust frameworks of federations on acceptable behavior for participants, either individuals, organizations, companies, authorities. We just haven't worked on that yet, but we address policy questions going forward. Now, the way policy development is good policies based on evidence and fact. We could just start writing policies today, start writing arbitrary rules based on whatever any individual would like to have policy or best practice statements. But with the people out there that we actually serve as IDESG. So individuals, the companies, out there that want to do better, that would sign up for the ecosystem, they find shared values and consistency and alignment with the way they work. So, in fact, again, IDESG individuals, we're connected with our communities, we're connected within our industries. However, there are people not at the table. The way I tend to explain IDESG in this role to my friends is work that we do in IDESG is for the 300 million. The million Americans, I just take it as a round number, so I know there's more accurate numbers, but that would like to do things out there on the internet, like to avoid the bad, do the good. They interact today online. They be interacting in ways that are questionable, that are an unfair trade of information, that may be self-damaging. And they may not know better, they may know better, but it's up to us to ask the communities that they supply with and communicate it within what their wants, needs, and concerns are, and basis of evidence and fact, something the thing that I'm calling policy. I've got to say that the IDESG story today does not evoke that action. We are doing great stuff. We know that we'll get there, but try the story. That doesn't attend about 6 months worth of meetings isn't hard. And that our folks working on messaging and value proposition are chuckling into their microphones right now. So part of the question of how do we engage the system out there, we actually care about what we're doing and realize that what we do may actually be improving the overall situation. With all and background, develop a collection of IDESG community stories that interact online today or interact in tomorrow's environment. So, a wonderful long sentence that might be descriptive of the project. Let's a little bit more detail. So, this community story idea. How do people out there that have communities to tell? Community in this definition is a very simple, a very really structured person story, whether what they're trying to achieve today and what's going wrong or getting in the way of getting that done. So of individual wanting to keep personal health records separate from insurance companies and hospitals, what's in the way with today's identity ecosystem, and what areas, what are their fears, risks that they face in doing such a thing. Alternatively, it could be a description of the things that would be possible if something existed. So let's assume the NSTIC ecosystem is robust, exists, lots of people coming and going, lots of entities coming and going. The ecosystem, what are things that community there and people out there and companies out there feel possible if only there was someone doing what's that we need to do. Okay. So, sorry, let's look again. I'm just there. So what are now? I find that the concept of stories is interesting to explain, but I actually mean stories. So they're narratives. These cases, these are systems requirements. These are not conformance requirements. If you call it Atlanta, with the panel of reporters with Jarnett, one of them in this idea of a day in the life. Right. Many people sat up when they heard this and realized that it's a very powerful idea. What if a day in the life of identity? Individuals walk through the on mazes, in their password resets, trying to get access to things that are blocked. Personal information is published somewhere that it wasn't supposed to be, that sort of thing. This is that, but the stories are a very light version of that. What a story should be about a person in a very small set of these, very narrow focus over the course of 24 hours, which is the bigger picture. Stories will also be based on this guide or templates. But we can put some structure within them and call out certain specifics, like kind of communities are we trying to discuss? Are there any community or organizational barriers as well barriers that we need to address? To describe it, how do they self-identify to that community, and what are the values that we need to respect? We try to engage them going forward. Stories are intended to be, if we're successful, a very good way to engage anyone, anywhere. Now have lots of individual discussions. So, I conferences, I talk with people on the phone, email them, but it's all individual discussions about what might happen or what is needed out there. First, they bring it into a shared whole. This is an attempt to collect from the communities you belong to, from people that you know as well, in a way that evokes a connection and can also be analyzed, if you will, IDESG, to get a sense of what's out there. As everyone is, we're focused on our day-to-day work. Hard to embrace the outside messages. So attempt to start to address that gap. Humans in New York. What are they? In New York is an artist's project to find people to photograph and talk to, tell their stories. Okay, this isn't that. I don't aspire to that degree of competence in this activity, but it's along the lines of what I'm thinking of here. Okay. So why? Being a very analytical type myself, but ESs and certifications will not get us to the vision. And certifications are very, very useful. Things they're useful for, but trying to connect with individuals and communities, they won't do it. They're not a tool to tell in here. So if we're successful in our collective experience for these stories, I mentioned that some of the stories will resonate. Those stories will be our way of telling people what we do in IDESG and why NSTIC is important. It's easier to hear because they're intended to be first-person recounting of an That is to try to make them as real as possible, but be true at least. So, maybe it's an actual person writing down their actual story, and not as appropriate. Maybe it's a person relating the story of their community, or second hand, trying to summarize and encapsulate and normalize and parameterize and every eyes that we do with this stuff. Look is to organizations and people telling the story, the more full the messaging. Be structured, as I mentioned earlier. Repository, as it grows, should be readable and available for anyone who wants a greater understanding to read. Okay? Where we're going to put them, but be a collection. Now, very importantly, these are intended to be approved by IDESG. As will from the next couple of slides, they're stories. If they're true, a true experience is untrue. Okay? Require that the story is structured in a way that makes them consumable by IDESG, so that might be a bit of editing, but they're not intended to be a work product of the IDESG. If we're establishing a tool that nobody has, and anything else is one of the valuable things about IDESG. Okay. So your keyboards are clattering with the questions of things that I haven't actually talked about. Some of the logistics of the project at this point. And by the way, if recounting just makes no sense, please tell me it makes sense, and we'll work out how this might be explained better. Okay, work. Project of the Vice Chair. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a necessary thing eventually for IDESG to embrace and to put them in the effort in to give it a try. It might work, not work, but I know until we give it a shot and help to figure out the details of what we do here and how we work together. Envisioning monthly calls to tell each other the stories, the story of this story holds together, but we're not going to do work on the calls. We're just going to talk on the calls. Between super slide on story development. I've actually used this technique in previous projects, and there are ways to do this right. And it requires a lot of give and take, but as a information collection and elicitation sort of process, it works very, very well. So we'll have authors and editors. The author is the one actually writing the story, has the direct or first experience of the writing about. An editor is somebody that they trust to critique, advice, seek clarification, and really forward the story into something that has meaning to the wider audience. They're intended to work together and in private. Whatever they work together is up to them, and responsible, accountable for producing good. Like no wrong answers here. Given the structure, and there'll be a loose structure, the stories will be what they are. We'll know that they went through a good sounding out process, and they're not going to be wrong. So there's no into that as we work it through. Things. of this project is that if you have anything to say about any stories that are developed by individuals, you have an editor. Again, you have an outsider, an author editor, provide the work. There'd be a hands-on the community's through vehicle exercise. We figure out how to build trust within the authors and editors group, and so as everyone has a stake in the game. Like I said, well, it takes a little while to get going, but it does work well. Why will this work? Ask the June plenary. We'll see. It will take a lot of effort and concerted concentration of people that want to participate. But there's a success. You know the stories are out there. We just need to collect them. The cost approach. It's funded. No committee overhead or structure. There's no approvals. Remember, no wrong answer. Monthly calls and the work that we each put in. Non-member, anyone that could tell will figure out how to get in. One's rolling. There's a technique that we can use to talk to anybody, any and community, about what their members or their customers' needs and wants are. Because things about IDESG and the NSTIC is that others and our critical clients and IDESG itself are not members. They engage with our members. So have our members talk to and find out from their customers and members themselves what they're and bring that back all the way. The idea is to start building this repository of facts and evidence from which, hopefully, we can policy, guiders, practices, and actually meet the needs of the people that have to see the positive change, which is from us. Second, it's 2 steps removed. Okay. But email me, contact me. I'll just kick off the first meeting the week of April 27th. Everyone will get details. Tell me what will work or won't work. I want to hear it. On several calls, the first calls will be more frequent than monthly because we got to work out how this is going to work. But early days, we're going to talk about the creation process that we can try to opt and to the needs of the participants that are there. We'll talk about who we can talk to first. So, hey, pilot program folks, that's what we're going to do. With your clients and your customers and citizens with stories that you've already learned, and interview you. We'll talk with you. Hopefully, some of you will be authors. Hopefully, this will be a way for you to engage and teach us what your members and clients from their interaction. Okay. That's kind of all I got. So now, or have I stunned everyone into silence? Keyboards all broken.
Yeah, of our participants, it's amazing that no one I see has a hand up or a question in the question window. There is a comment that you can read afterwards in the chat. I don't see any questions at this time.
Okay, I'm from Bob Farron.
Oh.
What's the perspective? Okay. So the question is, what's the perspective? Would the stories be from users or service providers? The story from the point of view of the writer. Try to craft a story. If you are trying to craft a story as a writer in the ecosystem, I want to hear about one of your how they experience your services as a service provider. That's great. It'd be really cool if you could get that customer or client to tell the same story from their point of view. Right? To be be as close to personal experience as possible. We want to write their actual stories. But if we get that sense, get that first person narrative in place, so as a business provider, what do you want and what do you fear? And what do you in the ecosystem? How do you expand awareness that you are a good actor and you're striving for the best practices you can? So we want to be sure as a consumer, so you look for in a provider. CJ Dickinson's comment to the chat, the envision it ideas, envision it sidebars from the N6 strategy. Those are the kinds of stories. You might recognize them as maybe use cases that have been translated. Those, right, as long as they're true and not, mood generic. Okay. I see Tom. From the chats, don't quickly abandon the example of stories from human cyberspace. The concept might resonate with people who make their living and entertainment or answers to search for meaning in cyberspace. Virtual reality is growing exponentially. Yes, good comment. One of the reasons I used the word cyberspace, of course, is try to close the circle back to the national strategy use of cyberspace. But very good comments, guys. Questions, comments? Any of the panelists want to ask me? I'm describing.
I will just say, this is Kim, that we've been allowing Andrew to share this with the chief of the committees and with the management council, just kind of like test, do a little litmus test of it. And it's resonated very well with all the people that have heard the idea and what's trying to accomplish. And this would not be something that would be done alone. We've also shared this with Conley Works, and so we do think there's just a great opportunity to be able to capture and leverage this type of information and these stories for our broader community.
I missed a question in the flow. Jamie Clark asks, project with an interesting challenge. How do we letting the stories turn into ads for products? I don't think that we do. This is the thing. It's definitely a risk. However, rules will certainly be an author and editor, your account story. That's it, but I intend to have the authors and editors identified with their names associated with the story. Ability and appropriateness of the story through the discussions and the critiques. To ads, bad on for as a group of authors and editors for not discussing that. I'm not sure if I made it clear, but the author just gets to publish fairly. There's a cycle of discussion and review with community of authors and editors. Observations, critique, feedback on, I didn't really understand the point that was made, or that's a really great point. Make it longer, all that sort of stuff. So if that's cauldron, or I guess, then it's showing trust within that group. It's a hard gate to pass if you're trying to pass off anything that shouldn't be there. It won't. The degree of interaction is not that high, and the degree of trust is not in the first month or so of this kind of project. But after a couple months, we learn each other's writing styles, and we'll learn, the spirit of the message, and look at the actual delivery of the message. It will take significant effort and care, as with this. From Adam and Kim, how are we doing on time?
So stay on track with our schedule. Since we ran a little fast in some of the other ones, we have 3 more minutes.
Okay. So to Marcus's question, how do we avoid patronizing communities by having folks who don't actually represent the group advocate for them as if they do? And conversely, how do we get the unrepresented communities? So the trick. We should not try to represent communities that we don't belong to. And on the table, we do not have every community represented. Absolutely not. We have. And membership, as we get a name in the world, as we have communities that have an interest, the stories method is a method of engaging those communities, tell their stories. That we can find authors within those communities. Maybe the editor comes from a core group with IDESG because the experience is unique for the editing side. But we communities tell their own stories. Proxy, but definitely not by representing them whether they wish to be represented. This goes south in many, many ways. But with to the spirit of the project, I'm hoping to head off those kinds of problems. So email me and look out for the announcements, and we'll see what we get.
Well, thank you. Definitely, I think this is a important kind of project, and that has the opportunity for everyone to have some level of engagement. So remember, the kickoff call week is April 27th, and email Andrew if you have any more questions or are interested in participating. Thanks again. Okay, probably noticed on the agenda is there is no break, right? So we're starting at 1, we're ending at 5. We didn't put a break because we anticipated that people would need to maybe take a 5-minute here or there, and so I just wanted to just let everybody know that we understand if you need to step away for a second. Don't step away too long because you might miss something really important, but it's not a scheduled break in the agenda. Although I will let you know that MA is a very kind executive director, and he really was pushing for a scheduled break. But with that said, we are exactly on time. And at 6 o'clock, according to my agenda, we are now going to move this over to Adam Madlin. Have Andrew, I think, pass the ball to Tracy, or he manages the next presentation. I'll get for us to get caught up there.
Oh, so hi, Kim. This is Adam. I'm the presenter. Tracy, present.
Yeah, I think we can pass the ball
easier.
to Tracy. I don't know if we now will have to. Hold on one second.
There we are.
All right, perfect.
I
Okay,
think we're
so
good.
now, thank you. So Adam is representing the Security Committee, but at the same time, he's trying to address if something has been treated as a work group within the Security Committee. It's a much broader discussion, we believe. And so the discussion's on identity attributes in the identity ecosystem framework. So I will pass it to you, Adam.
Well, I appreciate it. Hi, everybody, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk, share some information on this topic with everybody today. I also think it's time for some audience participation. So what we're going to do today is we've arranged for a panel discussion with a good chunk of time for Q&A. And so I'd ask for everybody to ready your questions, and we'll be monitoring the Q&A panel. And in addition, if there's anybody that would very much like to direct feedback, let us know, and we'll be able to patch you into to be there, okay? So we have prepared a panel discussion on this, what we believe is a very important topic. I believe the first thing I want to do is just confirm that my panelists are online and can speak. So to see if you'll be able to unmute. So we have Kim, who will be on the panel, and then we have Dr. Tom Sullivan, and we have Jerry Kickinson. Can everybody just say hello? Tom.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you. Very good. And today.
This is Jerry. Can you hear me? I need to speak softly, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jerry. Well, thank you. Okay. So we prepared this panel discussion, and this is a topic area that we've been discussing and has been active for a while. I think it's for going on a year now in the IDESG. In the Security Committee, we took some interest in it and facilitated dialogue. We initiated an ad hoc working group on it that Jerry has led for us. We also facilitated a panel discussion at last summer's Gaithersburg Plenary, and there were some additional activities that the working group done over the past year, but now we're at a point of trying to figure out where we go with this. And as part of that, we want to engage the broader IDESG in the plenary to do so. But before I jump into what we're going to go over today, I just want to share that I'm not the attribute expert, and I won't pretend to be. We have some panelists who know much more on this topic than I, and I'm sure, in fact, I know there's many others in the organization that do as well. But I'm just a very interested party in this, and I strongly believe that identity attributes, have an important role in the identity ecosystem. And in fact, if the IDESG doesn't take a leading position as appropriate related to identity attributes, that some challenges that we'd rather be in front of will develop. And so Jerry, with a lot of contribution, important contribution from Art Friedman, have initiated this conversation. I've supported it and have gotten involved. And we as well as others, are big proponents of the IDESG to how to proceed with that and to take some action. And so today, what we'd like to do is start to identify and elevate for the critical topics related to identity attributes, and to uncover the right role for the IDESG and what real action areas the IDESG can pursue. So we're hoping, coming out of this conversation today, that we'll have some better clarity and some support on how to proceed from here, whether we look to form a committee, as there is a proposal forth on that, and what is the scope of that committee, or we take some other position. And we welcome all the input and participation and contributions in that effort. You'll see areas that we've been batting around that are relevant to general topic area I've shared with you. This is not intended to be an all-inclusive list, and maybe some of these things are not appropriate. But these are some of the basic related attribute topic areas that we think certainly should be considered. So just attributes in general. The potentially important area of attribute assurance and attribute quality is for attribute definition, syntax, semantics and exchange, attribute privacy, user control, user recourse when there's issues around attributes that are attributed to a user. The big and in some ways the elephant in the room or the gorilla in the room, the whole topic of monetization of attributes, and then of course topics related to attribute lifecycle management. And so, if anybody has other ideas that are related that we should be considering, please do chime in and we'll consider them. To the next. So we've also, part of this process, have tried to, here we catalog the relevant work in the industry. Know if this is all-inclusive, and this is what we've amongst us and had a broader input, but gathered here that I'm not going to read through in general, read through in detail, but some of the things that we've found that other organizations or groups have contributed. Art Friedman has published a paper on attribute assurance. OX has an approved trust framework specification, which some members were a part of. OpenID has done work. Of course, there's ID Data Web and their Attribute Exchange Network. Those other initiatives. And where the questions we're asking, or some of the questions we're asking, is where the IDESG fits in all of that, and how we can play, and what is the right role. I've raised the question. There's been a number of times where I've been told that maybe the IDESG shouldn't be doing that. Maybe it's outside of our scope. Maybe we might be taking on too much. And there's plenty of other groups that are pursuing that topic. In fact, that's not what I found.
Excuse me, Adam.
Yes.
Sorry, just need to advance the slides to other attribute work.
Yeah, what can you tell us the slide number you think that you're supposed to be on?
Looking at the right slide. I was looking at slide other attribute work. So
it wasn't being shared with it wasn't being shared with the audience. Okay, so now we're in
there we go. Okay, so I understand now. So when I advance it, it's not advancing, it's up to Tracy.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay.
We're good.
So we just have a few more slides. Thank you, Andrew and Kim. So there are organizations working on it, but I've not found anyone that's taking a leading role in this space, or potentially the breadth of activities in this area are not appropriate, and there's plenty of functions that the IDESG can play, and in fact, I believe, as I said earlier, the IDESG does need to play a role, because in one way or another, it will impact the identity ecosystem. So with that sort of foundational points, I'd like to move over to start our panel discussion. So if you can advance, great. So we have Jerry Dickinson, who will be presenting things from a financial industry perspective. Of course, Dr. Tom Sullivan, looking at attributes from the health care industry. Our leader, Kim, who will be talking about it from an attribute provider perspective. And we have posed an initial question for everybody. And see if you could scroll more slides. What I'd like to kick off this panel discussion, we have 20 minutes. I'd like to ask each of the panelists, we'll go in order, Jerry first, and then Dr. Tom, to spend 3 to 5 minutes on this topic, if you could, and talk about, the perspective from your industry, and what do you believe is required of the identity ecosystem to move it forward within your industry and to enable your industry to better participate in the identity ecosystem. So with that, Jerry, if you could say a few.
This is Jerry Kickinson with Swift. Thanks for the opportunity. First, my disclaimer. Comments are my own. I do not officially represent the financial services sector. I'm only part of that sector. And these are not necessarily those of my employer. Okay. Financial services extensively use attributes tied to identities already today. These are most widely used, as I'm sure you've all dealt with, attributes for credit decisions. Also very widely used, especially in business entity reference data, establishing identity online. For instance, sometimes you may have been asked you took out a mortgage on a particular year at a particular place or not to help establish if you really are who you say you are. The attributes are also used for access control decisions. At this point, I believe this is mostly, again, in the wholesale business-to-business area, not consumer space. And also more for even more sensitive uses such as fraud detection and customer requirements. Financial attributes are subject to a plethora of regulatory and legal requirements. A complete list includes the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, USA Patriot Act, and many others. In fact, not only who may access certain types of attributes, but also what uses they are permitted to be put to affects how attribute exchange needs to be done in the financial sector. However, the landscape that we have, it seems to me one of proprietary and ad hoc solutions with respect to pretty much the whole gamut of technical exchange, the security, how liability is handled, attribute assurance, and privacy. There are many attribute-related initiatives which have come and gone. Several are still ongoing, but are as yet establishing a lot of momentum that I've seen. IDESG could make a contribution by together all the diverse stakeholders that are part of IDESG that have expertise crossing the technical, legal, business, and privacy areas to address attribute exchange generally in the framework, then help to identify gaps in the existing initiatives that are already being done and find out what is holding back progress. Why are these initiatives not gaining momentum? And then help make them gain the momentum, the ones that fit the vision of the end state strategy. And I just want to thank you then, and I'm done with my initial comments.
Thank you. That's great. We appreciate it. Dr. Tom.
Yes. Thank you, Adam. You can hear me okay also?
Sure. Fine.
Okay. So we use in healthcare many of the same attributes for identity that you just heard from Jerry. We want to use common attributes that are easy to obtain and resilient and low cost, to use some of the principles in identity. Unique differences. Our biggest problem with the current attributes is many of them represent dirty data, and so it's difficult to deal with them. So people are always trying to clean up the modifiers. And initially, the biggest issue here was not a medical issue. It was billing. Get paid for the services. The hospital wants to know exactly who you are, or the doctor's office. The healthcare organizations have abandoned the Social Security number as an attribute, but it's still around there in spite of problems with it. It also depends on who you are. Like, for instance, the DEA number, the Drug Enforcement Administration if prescribed controlled substances in the United States, you have to have a DEA number. And when that attribute was first created many years ago, right in the congressional law, it was only and exclusively for the use of the DEA tracking the fraud, abuse, and diversion of controlled substances. But over 20 years, it's become the de facto attribute by all physicians in the United States. In fact, you'd go out and buy a list of the DEA number for every doctor in the United States. So, it's with our attributes, but I will say, actually, there were one that was rolled out about 8 years ago called the NPI, the National Provider Identifier. And again, this is for physicians. The NPI ought to be the National Patient Identifier. However, the threat of use of a single number to identify every, quote, patient, and I'll say citizen in the United States, the threat of privacy was so great that in the administration, I think first Clinton administration, and I'm sure Bill Braithwaite is on. I think Bill Braithwaite is on the line, so he's the real expert. So the rule down that there would be no attribute, let's say a national patient identifier, and that's still being debated because there are pros and cons in that one perspective. Bio attributes are becoming much more important in healthcare, as they are in other industries. Print, the facial print, voice prints, that sort of thing. Really, some very unique attributes are coming up there. To me, ultimate biometric is your DNA sequence, your genome, and I think we're going to begin to see that a little bit more. But just when you're training in medical school and residency and that sort of thing, and you're in the hospital in the morning and with your teachers and standing outside a room, and the attribute you say, well, the heart failure one in the next room, or the one with homonymous hemianopsia, blah blah blah. Sometimes just identify people by their diseases. It's a little bizarre and impersonal, but I guess my point is, in our healthcare in IDESG, we've listed. We're currently trying to finalize 20, and we'll call them requirements for patient identifiers, and it's not the same as attribute, but working on those. And I guess I could say there'd be a lot more, but the bottom line is we use many of the same attributes everybody else uses, but we have some unique problems, and I think you'll see more and more biometrics as they get easier to capture, easier to distribute, and lower in cost. So that's
Well, thank you, Dr. Tom. It's always some very interesting stories you have to share, and in some ways, the healthcare industry is going to be leading into the identity attributes areas, related to really the life and death consequences of some of the online services that are being provided. So we appreciate all the challenges and hope we can have a small role in contributing to that in our identity ecosystem. So
let me mention one other thing that I left out. The term known to the practice. Known to the practice. That's a term that ONC uses as attribute, identifier, characteristic. And that's undergoing a lot of discussion about exactly what that means. So, typically it means you've been in face-to-face, physician or healthcare provider or in a hospital. And so that's one of the, I'd say if you're looking for some of the things that are discussions that are going on in our group, and very much discussed in the HIMSS task course, Identity Management Task Force. So if people aren't familiar with that term, I'll call it attribute, known to the practice, you're probably going to hear it a little bit more.
So let's change a little bit, and let's hear from Kim related to the perspective from an attribute provider. Kim, now you have to share some of your industry expertise.
So I don't think that I can definitely speak on behalf of any community, right? So we were trying to get different perspectives. I definitely cannot speak on behalf of all providers. LexisNexis, the part of the business that I am a part of and lead, is around the ability to verify and authenticate identities, to share attributes with our customers when they're trying to get like updates on, let's say, an address. We are submit an address for a change. So is that the correct address? And often the biggest thing that we end up dealing with is not ever sharing an attribute, but sharing a determination about an attribute. And so for me, attributes, how even submitted, channels in which they are going across. So is it an online transaction? Is it a mobile transaction? Even something that simple changes things dramatically. We don't have the same amount of landscape, right, on your phone. And so people don't like inputting information. Our customers and just relying parties in general have to make decisions around, do they take self-asserted attributes, information from an individual, or is there a need for any type of verification? And they don't have any guidelines that they can look at. So they often look at guidelines that were not designed for them. So you heard earlier Mike talk about NIST 863-2, and that has become the de facto document for authentication, even when it wasn't necessarily intended for every industry under the sun. It was a guideline that was intended for federal government. And now, because there is a lack of standards or documents to look at, that has been something that people have turned to. So just even having some basic best practices to turn to as a reliant party is something that attribute providers have to do with all the time. I will say that there is a national standard that's a standard that's in the works and in the final phases now. It's the Identity Proofing and Verification standard, which will be a voluntary North American standard. But that's that'd be one of the first ones that would be not a full type of a guideline that could be used by government agencies as well as commercial entities. So I think that the biggest challenge that we run as an attribute provider, as we run into, is the strong desire for organizations to have something to point to for help, and that helps their ability to be able to compare the quality of an attribute, not consistent language when organizations talk about attributes. So it's really a environment that has been that currently exists, and so there's a lot of opportunities to make this easier for the parties. At the same time, address a lot of the concerns that often come up from a privacy standpoint from the individual, and the whole area around how do we make these processes 2015 and beyond, right? So the way that things may have been done 10 years ago, 5 years ago, when we first started, 4 years ago after the adoption of NSTIC, that world in 2011 is different already than now. And so that's been the challenges that we see, just how difficult with such a fast-moving environment and different risks that exist in the environment, try to offer attributes or verification processes to meet the needs of the organization.
It seems to me that, those challenges, even though there are some more standards and, industry-specific guidelines like 863, for identities, it's pretty much the same for attributes. It's still, even in the identity area, it's a wild, wild west across many industries, right? So, that speaks why, we should be potentially contributing and playing a role in that as well. Thank you, everybody. We have time for questions, and I'm hoping that we'll have some questions come up on Q&A. I do have a comment from Ken Klingenstein. He just wanted to point out that when Dr. Tom's talking about healthcare identifiers, that's not really an attribute. So just share from Ken, and they'd be distinguished, identifiers would be distinguished from attributes in all work going forward.
But back to me, to the fact that we use language differently in this whole space as well. So it very well could be an attribute in times. And I know that Ken definitely intersect that community as well. But I think that that's the challenge, though, that we don't all use terminology the same either. The same.
Let me with that, Kim. That's absolutely right. I certainly understand Ken's distinction, but what Kim said is absolutely true. We often conflate or mix. I'll tell you one other thing. I don't know if you call it an attribute or an identifier, but I mention it in my take care of a lot of homeless people, no address, so they have an address that moves all the time. And the one that sometimes allows you whether to help identify them or not, the cell phone number. It's amazing, and I've heard this from our healthcare committee. Amazing how many homeless people who have no permanent address, they keep a cell phone number. So whether it's an attribute or an identifier, something that helps us know how to get with a person.
Yeah, I'd also add, I know what Ken is saying, but in fact, some people would actually define identity or identifier as the attributes needed to uniquely distinguish somebody. So, which has caused people to ask me, well, what are attributes if not identifiers, whatever. So again, language is different. Some people equate them in some ways, some people say they're distinct, and maybe both are right to some extent.
Well, all very good points.
There's another question that I see
yes,
about what is the role. A question that Lester Keeper submitted is, what is the role of authentication? There might not be a connection between authentication and attributes. So I guess the challenge is that attributes are such a broad category. So they be used in authentication, especially with something you know. So is your username an attribute? I don't know. But your username and password, that could be in the something you know category. Or attributes could be used in a knowledge-based authentication process where they're being leveraged. So that the role of authentication as it relates to attributes varies widely, and many methods that don't need personal attributes at all, and still very strong forms of authentication.
Well, thank you. We are actually out of our allotted time. Can you just advance it one more slide? I have one final slide. I really hope that this has moved the ball forward a little bit in the area of attributes in the identity ecosystem, and what kind of role that the IDESG can play. A small group of us will be moving forward with a proposal to form essentially an attribute coordinating committee. And we look forward to, getting feedback from everybody as to whether that makes sense and whether there's interest in participating. We do have a fair amount of interest from a number of members, enough to push that proposal forward. But what just leave you with is, what we'd ask of you, and primarily it's to participate in the process of determining what our role is here. Give us back, give us any thoughts and guidance. And if you're interested, please participate in the group. There's we think it's an important area and welcome participation and look forward to that. Also, again, I even just today, thanks for sharing a few additional sources of work area that I did not catalog yet, Kim. We need help to catalog all the other work that's out there so we can stay abreast of it and contribute appropriately. And, of course, any other feedback and suggestions that you have. But I think we're out of time, so I appreciate the opportunity, and I thank our panelists, and look forward to continuing this conversation. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Adam. And as you all can tell, that this is a very the area to try to discuss and really determine where the IDESG plays as it relates to anything around attributes. But I think what has happened over the last few weeks, maybe even months, has been a repositioning of what actually started as an attribute assurance work group to, as you just heard Adam reference, an attribute coordination type of a committee. And it kind of reminds me of the way that our International Coordination Committee operates. Obviously, there are tons of efforts that are going on internationally. It is not as if the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group is creating something, but staying in connection with what's going on and trying to figure out how that relates back to identity ecosystem and identity ecosystem framework is kind of the International Coordination Committee works. So there may be an opportunity for us to look at something as red and vague sometimes as attributes as well. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of the proposal. And for those of you who have interest in it, please reach out to Adam, because this group will definitely need more feedback, even as they develop a proposal in terms of how they see themselves in the future. So now we have another really interesting topic. And Aesthetics, are you on the line?
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Great. So okay. We once had a really good bird of feather session back at the Scientific office at one of our plenaries, and this is a chance for us to really talk about this topic yet again. So I'm going to pass this to Aesthetics around names and NIMS in the IDESG framework.
Well, thank you, Kim. And before I start, by the way, first off, can everyone hear me besides Kim? Something right, I assume. All right, and beyond that, before I start, I just wanted to take a moment and to thank Kim and also thank Andrew Hughes for putting this together, because events like this are really complicated and they're kind of difficult. So thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you. That said, the title of my talk is Names and NIMS in the IDESG Framework. And like most people, you guys probably see that word NIM and you're wondering what the heck it means. And I didn't know what it meant until a few years ago. In fact, in the summer of 2011, when Google rolled out their quasi-social networking system, Google+. And I was an early adopter because I like tech. And one day I logged in and my account was suspended. And it was suspended because they thought the name Aesthetics wasn't name-shaped under their what became known to me as the quote-unquote real names policy. So that's how I discovered all of this. However, I don't want to just talk about myself all the time, so I want to introduce Dana and Hill. And can you guys all see the slide?
Yes.
Okay, good. You can see the slide. Okay, so Dana Hill, she is a Native American. She hails from the Oglala Lakota tribe from South Dakota, and she has many hats. She's an artist. She's an activist. She's an author. She's written for publications, including The Guardian. And last but not least, she's a mother of 4 children. So she's kind of somebody we can mostly all relate to. And we can also then imagine kind of how she felt when she logged into Facebook one day and saw this. And if you super well, it says it looks like the name on your Facebook account may not be your authentic name. And anybody like Dana probably logged in and is taken aback by that. Like, what is this about? And at the very bottom, it says, we accept a number of documents. And what that is saying is that they suspended her account so that she couldn't use it at all until she submitted such documents to Facebook. And she actually went through a trial because, first off, she lost access to talk with all 2,000 of her friends. She lost access to all the pictures of her children, like many of you probably have on Facebook. And when she submitted her documents that she thought were satisfactory, Facebook actually replied with an auto-reply saying, we actually need more documents, and she felt really uncomfortable about that. And it really brings up an interesting question, namely, should Facebook be required to accept her Native American tribe ID as a valid document, or should Facebook be allowed to be an arbiter of what documents are appropriate and what are not? And there's the whole free market versus government thing that we'll get to in a minute. But we're not the only ones that are thinking about this. It turns out that we got the Electronic Frontier Foundation, and they wrote a really interesting article identifying the Native American incident as just the latest in a long series of episodes, which includes stage performers, includes human rights activists, and even Native Americans. And I believe that Nadia, who wrote this, has been working with Dana, and about a week after she was suspended, her account was restored. So there is some small justice in that. Dana's not alone in this. In fact, there's an entire community of people within the tribe she's in, and many tribes besides that. And as you can see, it's a community full of professors, full of lawyers, full of doctors, full of teachers, and so on. And they have names like Alfred Walkenbull and Autumn Whiteeyes. They're all these are all people who contribute to this lastrealindians.com blog. And the question is, should they have to live with the suspenseful fear that their account on Facebook or any other site might be, somebody advance the slide for me?
Yes.
Oh, I can advance it on my own. That's all right.
It won't advance for you.
Oh, so the question, they have to live in fear of Facebook or any of these other sites kind of deciding on a whim whether they should have access to their communities or not. And this puts some really interesting questions. And you notice I dubbed this Nemours 2.0 as all of this happened within, so she was suspended in, I think, February 6th of this year. So this is all just a couple of months ago. And one of the big questions here is, does free speech on the internet count as free speech? So for example, if Twitter is somebody's social security number, should Twitter be obligated to take it down? I personally think that's sensitive information, and okay, but what if somebody is posted on Facebook about a political candidate they like, and somebody gets that taken down, or maybe Facebook doesn't want to support that candidate? So there's a lot of really weird gray areas here, and it begs the question of what kind of limitations on speech, and specifically on the still speech, there should be. And besides that, one of the challenges that we're running into in terms of transparency and these process for appeals, well, I think that is there a way for Dana to find out what it was about her name that Facebook thought was not okay or not name-shaped enough? As how can we create channels for somebody like Dana who feels that she has been wronged to open up something to clarify with Facebook, hey, I'm not a bad guy, I'm not a criminal, I'm just trying to be myself. So these are all really interesting questions, which is why I'm really happy I voted for Obama twice. I heard this thing that you guys are all familiar with, the IDESG, and to me that Obama has the prescience to try to understand, well, we have these problems, like we have the password problem, we have identity fraud and identity theft and so on, and how can we all work together to solve these issues while at the same time respecting things like anonymity and privacy on the internet? I think the recognition that those things are important and, in my opinion, critical to the country is one of the reasons that I got in all of this stuff. And beyond that, just taking a look at the IDESG community, which in all honesty has a lot of resemblance to the Native Americans. It's a community of professors and lawyers and all that, just the same. And I just want to take a quick sampling of a few of the different committees, because I'm not interested necessarily in doing a NIM issues committee as much as creating a work product, which we'll get to later, but I want to show how this touches on each of the committees. So here's an interesting example. This is something that hits up in finance a lot. I don't know if you guys have seen in the news about the Home Depot hack, or I think Target may have gotten hacked too. What happens there is somebody breaks into the account, or any number of things happen, and suddenly all credit card information is basically internet free-for-all for the underground black market or whatever. And it's really difficult to have faith in the sanctity of that. This company, A.com, I think it is, and I'm not affiliated with them at all, just making that, I just kind of like this idea. Where you can kind of create a temporary credit card. So for example, you put your regular credit card in and you set the amount. So let's say you want to buy a pair of shoes online for $40, and you put that, it gives you a temporary account. It gives you a temporary card number, and also gives you, you can use whatever name you want, and you put it in there, and the transaction goes through, and you get the shoes. And if that shoe company later gets compromised, well, you don't really care, because that doesn't compromise anything except for that temporary. So you could almost view this as sort of a financial pseudonym for your credit card. And I thought it was a really interesting answer to some of the financial issues we've had lately. Beyond that, standards are really, really important. So I don't know how many of you heard about this. This happened early 2013. Instagram was acquired by Facebook, and Instagram began to suspend people's accounts for names-related violations and such. And they did provide a sort of a process for appeal. What this is you can go and you enter in your name, as in the name on your Instagram account, and there's this place where you could send, I guess, a photo of your driver's license or something. And the problem that they had there is that there's no security on it. So if it's open in the clear, basically any hacker can just snipe it away. So there's a really interesting question there of, if people are demanding, if entities are demanding this information, what kind of standards do we need to have? I think that SSL or some kind of a security is important, but also think about things like data retention, like how long can they hold this data for before deleting it? Also, even more important, data sharing. Who can they share it with? Maybe enforcement, maybe they want to sell it to somebody, which gets into the next thing, which is kind of data brokers. Because when you're trying to compartmentalize different identities on the internet, or names, I suppose, and the attributes that are with those, you can see the taxonomy is still kind of fuzzy on all this. When you're trying to separate those, and then let's say that you have an account on website number 1 and an account on website number 2, but it turns out that those websites sell their data to a data broker like Axiom, your privacy. That said, there's also issues within, like here's an example from the Ohio DMV, and it's not Ohio, by the way. I don't want to pick on them. It's just a nifty article here, where and I imagine most people here have some kind of a government-issued ID, whether it be a state ID or a driver's license. And it is possible to get around in the U.S. without an ID, but it's really hard. You can't go to bars or anything like that. And well, what recourse do you have when it turns out that the DMV has taken the data that you have given it faithfully and is selling it and not even notifying you about that? So there's some really challenging questions, and I suspect one of the reasons that we're still dealing with them is because we don't have a very robust taxonomy. And this is just a screenshot from the taxonomy list, which had a really interesting discussions going on, and which is something I deeply value. And just pointing out, well, here's the definition of pseudonym. Here's one suggested definition of verified name, and a lot more definitions that we could get into. But the point is that this community seems to be open to at least discussing that principle. And because vocabulary is so important, the core tenets of what I think would be really good in terms of a contribution to a work product. So defining things like pseudonym and anonymity so that we don't have these confusions, because a lot of people just don't, they conflate the two, or they don't know what one or the other is. And another interesting thing could be having a proposed policy that a site might adopt, because a lot of sites will just, or systems and services will just mimic Facebook because they have a policy that seems to be working for them. And you say, hey, that policy isn't okay, do something else. They're going to be like, do you care about this? On the other hand, give them a suggested policy, they suddenly have a choice. And if they have a choice between different policies, I think that they could probably make more informed decisions, which is for everyone. And beyond that, suggestions for transparency. So Dana Lone Hill, the Native American, ought to be able to know, well, what specifically about her name was it? And if she has that discussion with Facebook through the remediation, well, perhaps they could come up with a better policy and that to improve things and make it work better for everyone. So I think what I have for you, it's kind of a rough overview, but I'm completely open to any questions you have.
So do we have any questions? Anything in the question window right now? And I don't see anything in the chat window. I don't have any questions or comments that they'd like to make in regards to this presentation. This was a great.
Kim, this
yes.
is great. I'm surprised. I thought I did add things into the chat window for all attendees. You don't see it.
Sure don't.
Hey, it's yeah, into a chat window for anyone except the panelists.
So all I see. It's all attendees, which is so what do I do? Oh, all panelists then? Okay, this is.
No, you could repaste it into
all participants.
All. Okay.
Just ask.
And right. If we run out of questions, I have a bunch of most commonly asked questions too, so I can do that.
One question I would ask or comment. So it seems like Nimrod, right? Because it
yes.
talks about everything from anonymity or to I don't not just privacy, but I mean fraud, and I mean so it's a very, very broad thing. So
Absolutely.
how is the way to categorize the key areas that could assist when the IDs are trying to do their work? How do you see the discussions or the work of the committees interacting with different various NIM issues that you've identified?
Well, so there's a Q&A. So that's a really good question. And actually one of the challenges with all this is it's difficult for me at least to keep up with phone calls every week and so on. On the other hand, things do come up. So it's tricky. One thing is I'm too willing to work on creating some of the things that I've proposed in terms of a work product, and people from other committees take a look at and proof it, and it opens a discussion that way. Because, for example, within healthcare, there might be things that I can't even imagine that come up, and once we are able to have better insight on it.
Okay, thank you.
It might not be the best way to answer that, but it's really complicated. I have domain expertise in all the committees, and that's just simply not possible.
It also can't be you, right? I mean, so is there a broader community be actively participating? And that's probably people within our community right now that have, interest in topics that you mentioned today. Because, like I said, it's a lot of broad topics that you brought up. But I imagine there aren't, of the 100 people that were in today, that there weren't some of them that have gravitated towards certain topics than others. But you can do it alone is my main point. That has to be other people helping you.
And I don't want to do it alone. That's way too much work for me. One thing that we could go on.
Break protocol here, but willing to write stories about this and maybe find other people to write about it.
How did I suspect that was going to be a question?
Don't know. It ties back to that idea of how do we communicate good practice and try to set policy. If we can get an underlying story as a basis for this, that can demonstrate more clearly that it's a real concern.
Yeah. Honestly, by the way, one of the challenges with gathering stories, so for example, I have reached out to Dana Lone Hill, and she's responded a couple times, but it's difficult to talk with her because she has 4 kids. Anybody who's a parent knows how difficult that is, and they don't really want to talk. They're focused on taking care of their children. So
definitely something that we should, consider how that can tie in with some of the other efforts that are going on. Let me read Jerry's question. Jerry, like I said, you have access to the mic. Do you want to ask your question, or do you want me to read it out?
Well, I guess I had.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I did things. One, in the quick example, is the issue that they're asking for proof. I guess there are lots of there, but that they decide who to ask, who not. The whole idea that they can decide at all is a problem. Although I might agree with, I think it was Peter. It's a problem, but it's probably not a problem. I guess that could be discussed. I pointed out is that the end strategy explicitly says that pseudonymity as well as anonymity must still be available and protected. I would think the IDESG would want to that, and I believe the Security Committee and its requirements did at least call pseudonymity at least as part of what we were doing.
in terms of where it said is more likely that Dana Lone Hill is going to be challenged than Joe Smith, that back into the term that we came up with during the NIM Wars period in 2011 of a name-shaped name, where it's a name that looks familiar, as opposed to Dana Lone Hill, which if I were a Native American, that name would probably look familiar to me. So, let's see.
Okay.
Next question, I guess. It seems like there are a number of them, but I don't want to intrude upon the MC.
One from Adam Magus, and he said, break down out some of the issues raised, which I think kind of goes back to the conversation I was having too. For example, who accepts and uses identification information, and for what purpose is a problem that exists in multiple contexts? And so I think this is such a big issue that breaking it down, to Adam's point, is a great point.
And by Peter Brown's point, because I think it's really valuable, regarding a Facebook algorithm, one of the challenges and one of the reasons that I'm pushing for transparency is because we're not actually sure what's going on. So I can share an example that's not actually Facebook. When Google suspended, so for example, when my account got suspended, I believe it was because somebody reported it. I don't know whether it was a Google employee or somebody else. On the other hand, I know of at least one case where somebody entered in their name, which was their legal name, and I guess it was doing some kind of a pattern check on the character, and their account immediately suspended, like as soon as they clicked on the enter button. And what we can do is like read the people who have been affected by these things and compile sort of fact pattern on it.
We still have 4 minutes. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments?
Oh, because Andrew is saying stories. I wanted to comment on Tom Sullivan's comment. Some patients in healthcare have multiple personalities. Man, you know, it's actually funny because I've considered that. Somebody asked me about that once. Tom, are you referring to like multiple personality disorder?
You hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but you know, that's a psychiatric diagnosis. So don't call it a disorder unless it's really whole. I'll just say there are people who want different personalities in care, and it's not pathologic, but it's difficult to deal with. And that's what I'm wondering, should we have more than one name, at least one that's complete machine readable, what the character string is?
That's a really good question. And one of the things, I've actually asked a couple of medical professionals about this question. And one of the things that came up was that when somebody has the multiple personalities, it's simply they have different personas that they're not shared memory between them. So maybe if you had some kind of what I would call a pet name, where you have the biological, like the physical name, and then the persona name. I don't know. It's an interesting question.
Persona standpoint, this is, I think of, let's have like 8 different email addresses, right?
Exactly. Yep.
Although those aren't personas, technically, but I don't always want to share in situations where they don't ask for your actual legal name or in form of your name, but they ask for your email address kind of in lieu of your name. Opportunity today to be able to share lots of different email addresses. So I think that it's a very interesting topic, and we can look at it in lots of different ways. There are some scenarios that definitely a request is required to have a vetted name, a legal name, and I think that in those situations, or even maybe if it's I say a legal name. There are some situations where a legal name is absolutely required, and so I think understanding that there's a continuum of when that is needed, and there has to be processes to allow for the appropriate level is really important.
Detail on that a little bit, because you raised a really fascinating point. I've always said it, is that a legal name matches, how to put it, I am okay with giving a legal name if there is a law requirement. So, for example, if a police officer comes up and says, hey, what is your name? You give them your legal name because they're a law officer. And likewise with healthcare, you have laws like HIPAA that have different procedures that you must follow and a pattern and such. And the reasons that the Facebook stuff, and it's not just Facebook, they're just an easy example because they're with that case study. But when services are asking for these government-issued ID, which I consider sensitive information, and if there's a law in place so that maybe the healthcare professional, the way to handle that data because it is sensitive, I'd have the same trust in a place like Facebook or another independent corporation. They say that they're abiding by some list of standards.
So let me just, as a physician but not a psychiatrist, let me just say I believe there's a biologic basis that translates into the way we psychologically interact with every day. When you want multiple personalities, and again, there's a pathologic part to that, but the reason you want them is not just to prevent sharing memories, whether they're good or bad, but frankly, it's similar to Kim's point about having multiple email addresses. You want to be able to organize your activities, especially somebody who's in a very complex scenario. If you organize your activities, become more efficient if you can use different names. I think one of the tools that we use to, I think, get through the day or get through the week or whatever. So I certainly appreciate with the need for pseudonyms and anonymity, but it's on the context, and there's always a relying party that agreed to accept that lower level of assurance or confidence or not.
One of the examples of that is the John Doe name in court cases. If you have somebody that you need to anonymize their name, you could say the John Doe, or I think it's Jane Roe, but the judge still knows who it is.
Yeah. Yep.
Much for sharing this type of a topic with the broader. Like I said, you have definitely done a Birds of a Session before, but people get to pick and choose which Birds of a Feather sessions to go to, so some may not have had a chance to be able to this discussion. So thank you again, and I think that I definitely speak on behalf of the plenary, saying that we look forward to figuring out how to incorporate more of these types of topics throughout the committees.
Well, it's a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you. Okay, we're on time again, and our next speaker, Anthony, MA, and he is going to talk about our membership and sponsor initiative. It's on you.
Thank you very much, Kim. I appreciate it. Folks, good to talk to you again. Tracy, can you give me the ball so I can advance the slides? Thanks. So wanted to brief on the membership initiative. The board of directors a while ago as part of our strategic plan has decided that the IDESG needs to start charging membership dues for our members. At the same time, there's a tension because we want to make sure that we're as open and as inclusive as possible. So under the leadership of Jim Zock, outgoing management council and board member, the board convened a committee to explore membership opportunities for the IDESG. So with that, sir. So the idea here is to create financial self-sustainability for the IDESG. We have a number of different benchmarks that we have to hit. That was highlighted in the strategic plan that came out a year plus ago. So by June 2015, we have to achieve a minimum revenue of $50,000. By June 2016, $300,000. In June 2017, $100,000. Now, these are requirements that are in our grant agreement, the cooperative agreement that we have with NIST. So we have to, the money that we're going to be getting from NIST is going to be decreasing over the upcoming years, and so therefore we have to increase the money that we are raising ourselves in order to viability. If we don't raise that money, then we have to find a way to start cutting back and to make ourselves a leaner organization than we already are. So as you can see here from this chart, this is what it kind of looks like over the next couple of years. By the 2017-2018 time period, we're going to have to be fully self-sufficient. And to maintain ourselves at this current level, we'll probably have to bring in about $1.75 million. So that's quite a bit of chunk of change. Now, we're not going to do that solely by dues. It's going to be impossible. So this plan will touch on some of the other opportunities that we'll have, as member fees and dues, sponsorships, certifications, trustmark fees. We'll be looking for individual donations, corporate donations. We'll be working with, trying to look for federal grants, foundational grants, ads that we'll have to take out, working with publications and recordings, and we're open to recommendations. We're working on something that's extremely important here. This trustmark is going to be a we're hoping it'll be a cornerstone of good identity and identity management practices with regards to security and privacy and best practices. And so, we want to make sure that this does not, that efforts don't fail for lack of funding. So if you guys have any recommendations as how we can raise more funds, that would be greatly appreciated. And if you would like to offer sponsorship money, we will take that as well. So with that, we'll move along. Just to show you what our membership breakdown is, because this will affect us as we move to a membership model. Our largest category of members is commercial. We have our next largest is our individual members, and these individual members are folks that have hung out their own shingle, to folks that work at big corporations who are interested in what we're doing and are following up, but the corporation itself hasn't said, yeah, we're interested in what the IDESG is doing. We need to see more. And so I think part of what we're doing as we come up with more deliverables, as we come up with tangible products that the IDESG is creating, what we're doing is we're actually creating our own advertising, saying to the outside world, look, we're doing some really good things. We've come up with baseline requirements. Once they're harmonized, we'll let everybody see them. And this is going to be the cornerstone of what we're doing. And hopefully we'll change those individual members into commercial members. Moving along. So membership approach is going to take two phases. In the first phase, all we do is we want to keep the current system that we have. So the way that the ROA has set up the IDESG, it's as Peter said, it's not perfect. It is what we have right now, and we thought that monkeying with it too much in order to create a membership plan would be too disruptive to the organization. We've already spent quite a bit of time on governance issues, and what we want to do is we want to make sure that we work on the actual work, not take up too much time with governance. So to that effect, we've created, the committee process, the board committee process led by Jim Zock. We've created a membership paradigm that fits into the current IDESG setup as we have it right now. The idea is that in phase 2, which will start beginning this year with the new board, we'll look at saying, okay, how can we look at stakeholder categories? We have to reassess, according to the ROA, we have to reassess stakeholder categories anyway from time to time. So this might as well be a good time to do it and say, how can we change the organization, or does it need to change, in order to truly be financially self-sufficient? So phase 1, this is our recommendations for phase 1. Phase 2, it's yet to be determined. And talk more offline, or we could take some questions afterwards to talk about what we think might happen there. The recommendation that was made to the board is to have 3 different categories of memberships. The first category would be the public participant membership. Are sure that, and this is part of in our cooperative agreement with NIST, and in our founding documents, is that we're open and free, and we can and transparent, and people can see what's happening. So we'll have the first category will be public participant membership. As you can see, there'll be participants will be able to observe what's happening in committee meetings, receive the broadcast emails, attend our plenaries, and the cost of participation will be free. They will, as part of the requirements of participation, there will have to be the signing of a membership agreement, because there are intellectual property rules that we have to adhere to. So it's a minimum requirement, but it will be free for anybody who so wishes. Membership level is what we call a basic level, and it allows a single person to lead and participate in committees. So if somebody wanted to be a chair of a committee, they have full voting rights, full participation in plenary meetings. They get full access to both send and receive emails to the email reflectors, and they can get access to the members-only pages on the ID ecosystem. Membership level, the enhanced membership. This would be for higher costs, of course, and this will allow IDESG membership participation for up to 7 representatives. The way we look at it is that there's currently we have 1 member representative, alternate, and there's 3 alternates, and there'll be another 4 can be in reserve. So this is adhering to the current way that membership can be set up. It is currently set up. This enhanced membership would allow the member representative to run for plenary leadership participation, eligible for management council and board of directors. Because it does come higher price tag, the plenary meetings will be free for the member representative. And to think about that a little bit about plenaries, we're going to in plenaries to be successful, and we're going to have fewer of them so we can focus more on putting on a better plenary, face-to-face plenaries. We'll charge costs for food, sometimes for microphones, for the web access to it, and sometimes maybe even for the venue. So there will be a small nominal cost for the plenaries going forward, but we're anticipating that it'll be a very, very low rate, and we'll set the cost of any face-to-face plenaries in the future with sponsorships. So you can see from the other slides, there'll be, not only do they get full access to the site, but you'll also be, the enhanced members will be able to participate in any alpha or beta testing, early adoption program that we might have, and there'll be website recognition for that. So here's a slide that should be in a grid form, and we'll post this for folks to see that explains what the membership benefits will be. See, I want to, as you'll see in the enhanced level slide, as you can see under the column there, it says one or alternate up to 5 additional member associates included. Those are for free. Now, at the basic level, if a basic level member wanted to add somebody else from their company, they could, and there may be a small charge for that to include them in. It would be less than another basic membership cost, but it would be it would enable them to onboard somebody efficiently and quickly. If you look down the basic level, you'll see 2 green asterisks under Plenary Leadership and Management Council and Board of Directors eligibility. This is just to say that folks that are currently in the role of Management Council, Plenary Leadership, Board of Director position would be grandfathered in for the first year because we plan on implementing this perhaps by the in September and closing initial membership in September. So I mean in early November perhaps. So folks that have joined previously or are in those positions wouldn't be kicked out once the new membership starts. So that's what I mean by being grandfathered in. This slide that shows more benefits that are available to the enhanced basic level and public participant members. And we'll move away. Sorry for the speed that we're going through this, but we'll post these up, the presentation. And here's the sponsorships. The board really considered how can we raise money through sponsorships because there's only so much money that you can raise through memberships, and sponsorships are going to be a big part of it. Folks that are interested in sponsoring anything from the website to the plenaries to the virtual plenaries, even publications that we might do. Encouraged to give me a call. We can talk about it. My philosophy is everything is negotiable. So if you'd like to sponsor, we would love to have you. Help to continue the good work that the IDESG is doing and will be able to do. So that's the presentation in a nutshell. The dues amounts are still being debated. Our goal and our plan is to let the plan know about what the MIP will look like, and that's today. But we'll be able to announce officially what the dues dollar amount structure will look like. And then by the time the face-to-face plenary happens in the end of August, early September, we should be able to go live, basically say, okay, we are now open for memberships, and then we're off to the races. So with that, I am happy to take questions.
So any questions in the queue? Let me check again.
That's helpful, Kara. And,
there's one. How to comment on this proposal?
You can send me a note. And happy to hear your comments and relay them to the board.
Going to be first to wait till it gets posted so you can look through the whole document, and then
that would be helpful. Yes. There's another question here. Do the funding projections through 2017 include funding for pilots, or will that stay as a NIST activity? Yeah, so this is the way that NIST set us up, and I'm happy to have Mike Garcia jump in if I say anything that's too incorrect here. That the pilots and the IDESG are on 2 separate tracks, but running parallel to each other. And so the funding for the pilots is the funding for the pilots. It has nothing to do with the IDESG. The IDESG grant is only for us, and the pilots can't touch it. But we do encourage cross-pollination from pilots, within the IDESG and our committees, and the same way, people that are in the IDESG working with the pilots to help them move the ball forward on their particular grant, the work of their grant. So I hope that answers your question there.
Question? You see that one?
Yeah, Peter Brown asks, what are the consequences of not hitting the revenue target in June? Well, I don't know if there are any hard and fast beatings that I'll be subjected to, but I think that there will be. I think there may be some leeway because I think we got started so late with the membership. Not so late, but we're starting a little bit later than I think board wanted to. So I think that there may be some leeway. I think that if we hit our numbers by, I think once we start opening membership in September, I think that we'll be able to hit that $50,000 mark pretty easily, and that will give us some time and some leeway to really focus on the next 2 years projections and how to reach those numbers. Any other questions, thoughts? Thoughts or comments, please. I'm happy to entertain them and make suggestions to the board and relay your comments and thoughts and talk to you a little bit more about this. I can always be reached at Mark Anthony at idecosystem.org. That's M-A-R-C, no hyphen, Anthony at idecosystem.org. You're probably sick of seeing my emails already. So I hope to hear from you if you have any questions. And with that, back to you, Kim.
Can there will probably be some new questions that continue to come in. One that just came in was how much of the $50,000 target has been raised thus far? About a tenth of it. So, and that due to where we usually get our funding is around sponsorships. We had sponsorship for the January plenary. I've not quite figured out how, or we're trying to learn how to do sponsorships for virtual plenaries. So we will definitely accept the sponsorship for those, but that's where the funding came in so far. Okay, agenda is tonight, and he is going to give an update from the Work Management Office. And Paul, are you on?
Yes, I believe so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good. So the Framework Management Office update. We'll move on to the next slide. Great. I'll cover just really three areas I wanted to touch on here. First is kind of an overview of progress toward the Identity Ecosystem Framework Plan. I saw some earlier presenters were using a previous acronym, IEF, but given that IDESG, this was all discussed a year and a half ago, to my understanding, and the decision was made to use IDEF as the acronym for the Identity Ecosystem Framework. So we'll look toward the plan. We'll look at the functional requirements. These are the requirements that each of the committees has produced. And we'll look at the other support activities that the Framework Management Office provides on a continuing basis. Okay, let's move ahead. Next, please. This is just the lead slide for the first part, progress towards the plan. Next slide, please. So we're here at the Identity Ecosystem Framework Plan, which was approved in Tampa in September 2014. At that point, the term plan for the next 9 months, which ends in June here, shown here in the blue. Now, the red is what added as a commentary on where we are. Under the operational capabilities, having the baseline, the version 1 requirements development complete, that's on track. The committees have prepared the version 1.0 requirements. Now, the next step then is for the the System Committee, the Trust Framework and Trustmark Committee, and the Framework Management Office, there's a project that Randall mentioned earlier as the Task Order 04, which is addressing the harmonization and completion. A few more details about where we are with that, but we're on track with that to have that completed by June. Implementing work, the self-assessment program against these baseline requirements is being set up in the Work Order 05. So again, working with TIM and Framework Management Office together are put together that self-assessment test bed and getting ready to launch it. So it looks like we're in good shape there for the 0 to 9 months plan. Let's move on to the next slide, which actually looking at 9 to 18 months. It looks like this will probably slide out to 21 months to a year after coming June. So that things included there are the full version 1 requirements development are complete. So the baseline requirements are the first rollout. Full requirements is another kind of more detailed set of requirements. And we expect, but then by June of next year, the self-assessment against the full requirements would begin. So, the key points coming up is looking into the possibility of third-party assessment. This is part of the plan. At this point, not being implemented. Again, this is for the next years, next 12 months after June. So that'll be one of the items on the agenda. Developing the Trustmark management capabilities, interest requirements development, and possibly a beta deployment of electronic trust marks. Again, beginning in this coming June, that's the next year's program, just so that everyone's aware of that. And our target dates for having those in place then would be a year from this coming June. Next slide, please. So now we get this is a slide that was presented in Atlanta, February. So looking at where we were there, and this is kind of an overall view of a lot of the ongoing work in IDESG. So and you see that with the two purple brackets at the top of kind of the preliminary set of calling the baseline requirements with the self-assessment program, using the full set with potentially with third-party assessment. Let's move ahead, and we'll see where we are. So, we're at our virtual plenary in April. And I want to ask, I think Jamie Clark is still on the line. And do here is then trends to focusing in on, I think, 7, or maybe it's 9 specific areas that we'd like to focus on exactly what's been going on with this last year. So let's move to the next slide, I think, and then we'll bring on Jamie. 7.
So you are here. We added a plenary. Thank you, Management Council. This one, so that we could stock and make sure we're heading in the right direction. Traversed the distance that's highlighted in pink. Sorry, I was running out of colors. We have accomplished the things we were supposed to accomplish by this time. Just to run through what we talked about in Atlanta together in January, referring to the boxes from top to bottom, and there's little numbers stuck in the left margin if somebody really wants to follow along with all the graphics here. The strategy and plan, the IDF itself, we worked out and had it approved by the time we got out of Tampa in September. That's number one. That's done, and now we're proceeding according to that plan. That second stack is the first set of committee requirements. Now, for people who have been following along all this time, when we talk about functional requirements, I said we're talking about a set of criteria. We're talking about a set of objectives that a party participating in the identity ecosystem can fulfill. They can self-report, eventually, which we can articulate as the topic for a third-party assessment. As Paul said, we're doing the first phase, according to the IDEF plan, this year to a self-reporting mechanism, and going to be bringing a lot of material to the next plenary to stand that up, so that by the time we get to the third quarter of this calendar year, we have something in place for a person to self-assess. The next round, which is that side of the chart in the right bracket, is to refine and improve that system and add to it so as to make it richer, additional opinions from participants and use cases and third parties and the folks who use it to tell us how to make it better as our community grows and it's susceptible to self-assessment. But right now we're in that first half, the left side of the chart, and where we are with that is that each of the committees has to produce functional requirements, did so. The master plan was they turn them over to TIFTM, and they have. TIFTM asked for us to help analyze them, us being staff, the FMO. We're doing that, and you'll see that this is written down in slides later on, but basically the idea is we're stirring the pot, cooking them, adding some salt, and then handing them over to TIFTM. We'll say more about exactly the schedule and nature of that a couple slides from now. Then TIFTM will take a look at them and bring them to plenary after giving its own view to their priority, to the way they're worded, to the way they're presented, and serve them up as the content for self-assessment and bring to the June plenary. You can also see and that's what the box 3 says. We're part of the way through that process. The fourth line is simply the plenaries themselves. We added one. We're going to have another one at the end of June. The line are the other things that are going on, and that is something that Randall and other people talked about earlier today. We're setting up a number of facilities, a data governance structure, a plan for collecting and retrieving and serving up answers to assessment results. So that self-assessment listing service and what it takes to set that up is essentially the topic of that stack 5. Going on one from there, 6, as we discussed in Atlanta Standards Committee, adopted their standards adoption policy. They continue to work on revs of that. You heard that from Paul Grass today. Already produced their first final report out of a standard we approved at your January plenary. That was SAML 2.0. You have a stack of 4 or 5 additional ones, which we and they are chewing through now, and it's our hope that the Standards Committee will be bringing some or all of those for action to you as a recommendation to add to the standards list at the meeting. The Standards Committee is working through that process, and if you're interested, go help them. Finally, we have stack 7 bottom, which is simply to indicate that there's other stuff going on. We heard a couple of very important statements about possible work on attributes, about possible work on pseudonyms and anonymity there. I blew it. And there's other stuff happening as well on the program side of IDESG, all of which are progressing according to this chart. So, in short, we're on track. Next slide, please. And so, next one over. Now we'll delve into what those functional requirements are like. As you know, the committees did their work, and there's a URL at the top of that slide if you want to go see what they look like the day they were delivered. There are. We got good requirements from the committee for us to produce them, and now the project is to turn them into a final harmonized set. Since TIFTM asked us to help with that, our staff goal is to deliver them to TIFTM by the end of this month. April, although they're actually sending out some individual feedback back to the committees before. In fact, you may see some of that going out tomorrow. But there's cases where some of the things have been delivered either more detail or some clarity, or there's a question about whether or not a reference is what we think it is, and so you'll be getting a small stream of questions coming back to the committees, and then at the end of April, we'll be turning over a proposed list to TIFT and also really back to the committees for their feedback. I should also mention that during this period of time, focusing on each other's work, the privacy, for example, has been working through voluntarily the requirements donated by the other committees and providing feedback, which is extremely helpful to what we're doing. So there's a lot of workflow back and forth, cleaning any proposed complete set at the end of this month. Is then over to TIFTM to digest it, to decide whether we got it right, to take additional feedback from the committees, and to that into a final set that they're prepared to recommend the plenary approve as the content for the self-assessment listing service tool that we'll offer in the third quarter. If people have disagreements with what has been offered as requirements, like the staff reports you see coming from us on them, or they should feel free to go to TIFTM when TIFTM cracks that open in May and works on it and express their opinion that they think the priority is wrong or the requirement's inappropriate or that there's a missing. It's open season. This is a community process. At the end of May, TIFTM will then approve a set. That set is what goes to the plenary. As you know, the plenary action requires some weeks of lead time so that everybody who could participate in the plenary can see things. So during the month of June, you'll have a period of time during which, after TIFTM has made its report, again, if you like what you see and you didn't bring TIFTM's attention, well, why not? But if you did, and you didn't get to agreement and you still think there's something that ought to be talked about, we will be talking about this in June at the plenary, and that will be the place where you're asked to take action on the set of requirements. And with that, next slide, please. The kind of to come up are generally the ones we've been talking about all along. There's some opportunity to harmonize words and use vocabulary. You should be expecting questions and disagreements about a requirement if it really can't be operationalized, if there's no way to implement it today, or can't be measured in the sense that an enterprise that picks this up and says, I want to obey this requirement, can't really say how they would go about measuring whether they are in compliance or not. Remembering people to self-report. So got to go in a system somewhere and check a box and say, yes, we do this, or no, don't do that. It means that they have to have enough understanding of the meaning of the requirement and be able to relate it to things that are meaningful in their own optional experience so they can give a solid answer and they don't mind having that solid answer shared with other people who may even rely on it. And so, for example, our committees have provided examples of rules, that this requirement is satisfied by GOBIT, by ISO 2701, where this is, if you follow Fair Information Privacy Practice number 6, you satisfy the requirement. The concrete points are tremendously helpful, not just to us, but also to the hapless person CIO's office in an entity who's looking at this thing is asked to fill it out. If you can tell her which industry practices that she's already heard of requirement relates to, she's going to be a lot happier trying to fill out that form. So if there aren't those references, you should expect pushback on us either reading them or asking whether we can really feel the requirement in the initial baseline set that does have that kind of external reference. And finally, the bullet point, ones we want to do, and TIFT committee really gets the credit for suggesting this. We haven't been able to do much with it yet, but you expect that we will. We'd like to see a set of baseline requirements that is reachable, clear, and measurable that allows IDESG to onboard self-assessing respondents wholesale, retail, and a whole bunch of entities who all participate in existing identity federations, colleges and universities who are already part of Internet 2 or InCommon. And you know what? To get on board, they've had to develop some faculties. They've had to read some assurances. They enter agreements with each other. They've already done some of the stuff, the requirements. So to the extent we can map to that and we can go to a community like InCommon and say, if you're a member of InCommon, you're already high enough to ride on this carnival ride, or you have already satisfied requirements 1, 2, 4, and 26. That is a great shortcut, which we hope to leverage. So I want to be watching for those opportunities, and you should expect that to be part of our conversation in June. Slide, please. What happens after we get the first set up? We're going to look for beta testers. We're going to look for people who are willing to do this. We're going to try and institutionalize continuous feedback so that as larger community members and more diverse stakeholders try out your stuff, that you feedback and improve it and tell you about use cases it doesn't cover. We go back and make it better over time so that the community, the broad stakeholder community, is our end goal here, feels that they own this, embrace it, use it as a tool, and are comfortable with it. Bullet point 3 is really what I said before. We want to reach out to existing customers to onboard more folks. And, of course, we're going to work on requirements as necessary and on how to implement third-party assessor capabilities so that we go beyond just reporting. Over to you.
Yeah, so the last section. Thanks very much, Jamie. After stage performance in Atlanta, we needed to bring you back on to really provide the overall view there. So that
I'm just the Howard Cosell here. It's color commentary.
Okay, great. Okay, so the slide. Sorry. I think I listed. No, okay, sorry. That's fine. I think there are 3 support activities. Let's go back to the dashboard slide. Sorry to give you so much trouble there. Okay, so there are 3 areas that I just wanted to hit on quickly that the Framework Management Office is doing kind of on a continuing basis. Dashboard, pretty obviously, which is a deliverable tracking system. Now, after hearing from Randall earlier today that there's now a user guide, I'll have to add that as a deliverable for the TIFTM committee. We try to update this monthly. It's linked from the front page of the website with a link there. Since the committees have completed some of the tasks, and since working with Mark Anthony, we had some kind of in-depth interviews with several of the committee chairs and these chairs. We were able to actually identify a number of previously tracked deliverables, which we could completely eliminate. They're either no longer on the track ahead, or they've been rolled into other deliverables. So now we're down to 24 individual deliverables. The next step here then is getting carefully improved descriptions, essentially abstracts of each of those, so that when we're trying to explain to the rest of the world what it is we're doing, we can say, okay, let's, if you look at the dashboard, rather than just getting a title of what this deliverable is, an abstract linked to it. So we'll be working, with the management of IDESG to, get those abstracts, as well as with the committees to make sure that we understand really what is the goal of each of the deliverables. So again, the standard call to committee chairs: keep me updated with any deliverables that show up on the dashboard that you're that the committee's no longer working on. When you add new deliverables, please let me know, and we'll make sure that the rest of the community can track that. Okay, next slide, please. The other major focus of the Framework Management Office is to provide staffing support for committee identified tasks that simply because the committee members are volunteers, and sometimes in the work we're doing, we need to have committed resources for a period. Standards evaluations was discussed earlier. The self-assessment program, again, work order 4, work order 5, that was been mentioned a couple of times. Requirements harmonization, we just discussed. Other tasks, there are some other items in discussion. We'll see where those go. And the information on getting staff support for the committees or information on that staffing support program, please contact the Framework Management Office, myself, or Jamie, or Mark Anthony, the Executive Director, for more information. Okay, let's move to the final slide. The other thing going on, document naming guidelines, I wanted to provide a quick update. This is the files essentially for documents that are intended to be distributed outside of a committee. In other words, if it's going to go to the plenary, if it's going to be kind of something that the committee wants to distribute to other committees or outside of IDESG, we want a meaningful file name, and so the document naming guidelines kind of provide some structure for that. The draft version 0.5, I'm calling it, we're not really to version 1 because we haven't, sent this around for a full review and adoption by IDESG, but the current draft is at the URL there. Please comment on it. I'll be happy to send it to anyone. The future versions will be in the folder that's provided in the URL there. And again, the document naming guidelines, as we develop the IDESG website and document management approach, what we expect is that the individual file names would remain the same, but the way they're stored and possibly the way those file names relate to the overall storage system, will vary over time. But we'll see how that overall document management solution develops. With that, I'm finished. Let's move to the next slide and ask for any questions.
So I don't questions. Let me check again. Nope, I don't.
For using a little more time than expected.
Yeah, I'll get back later on that one.
Right. Thanks, Kim. Over to you now.
Thank you.
So next we actually have an interesting reveal. So we're back to MA again. We like to ping pong him and have him come throughout the apparently. So MA, you're back up again, and you are going to, I think, need control.
Great. Yes, if I can control, what I'll do is I'll show my internet browser, and let me share file here. So actually, no, it's share application. Apologies. Fox. Okay. So thank you very much. Today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be showing the IDESG website. One of the important things for new members to the IDESG and keeping current members interested is being able to have a website that is actually functional. Our current website, as you see up on my screen right now, it's not exactly the prettiest of things. It's kind of functional. There's a lot of complicated buttons up here at the top with lots of buckets and many files under those buckets. And there's some complaints about the tools that we have, the logins that were being used, and it's a functional website, but it's not a great website. And if we're going to be a great organization, and not to say that we got to sell the sizzle over the steak, but it will be looking cool because we're a tech group. We're on the cutting edge of identity management, so we have to show something good, and we have to have a usable tool for members in order to get the work done well. So with that, I've been working with Invent. Liz over in Invent has been extremely helpful in leading the effort to redoing the website, and Ryan Doom. Ryan is I don't know if he's connected via audio. If you are, Ryan, can you say hi? Be connected by audio, but that's so. What is show everybody what the new site looks like. So here is versions. So I want to walk you through what will be on the site compared to this, and we'll yes. Hello. I haven't revealed the new site yet.
You said here it is, so I got all excited.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that. Okay, never mind.
No worries. This is like right now. The Star Wars celebration is going on, like the big Star Wars Comic-Con, and it's like this is almost as good. Well, I mean, not really. It's close. So here we go. Like I said, we have two different websites for you guys to look at, and we'll give you an opportunity to select which version you like. It's a minor cosmetic change, but we think that the changes that you'll see are going to be a lot better than the current site and a little bit more functional. So here it goes. Right. I'll go down through the site from the page, and we'll scroll down. The current thinking now of websites, the way websites previously had worked, is you wanted to keep everything above the fold. So at the when the home screen, you're looking at it, and you didn't want people to have to scroll down unnecessarily. And that's how the first website was designed, as you can see here, where we have all these buckets. And there's all these different pages based off these buckets. So the current trend now is to encourage scrolling and to discourage clicking. We have done working from the top down. We've gotten a number of the different buckets. Here we have a link where you can join the IDESG, and we'll have a members only area that you got signed the agreement and agreed to play by the IDESG rules and the intellectual property requirements and whatnot. We'll be able to have free access to the tools within the site. I have 5 buckets here. One about us. One is about the ID ecosystem. One that talks about membership and how you can become a member and what the benefits of membership are. We'll have some news and events links, social media, and a contact us link. This front page here, with the splashy graphic here, this will be a rotating image, and so as you see the 4 dots in the lower right-hand corner, there'll be 4 images that 4 screens constantly come by, and different aspects of the identity ecosystem will be featured here. Right now, the static site, there hasn't been any dynamicism entered into this yet, because this is just really a proof of concept. So this is what the of the fold part of the site looks like. As we scroll down, a brief description of the Identity Ecosystem Steering Group, our new logo, thanks to ConleyWorks. And 3 big buckets here to interest people that we think will be interested in the identity ecosystem: consumers, trust frameworks, and relying parties. These are the 3 groups that we think that of the public interested in finding out more about the IEF and participating. When they click on each one of them, they'll be taken to a different page that really goes in deeper about what the benefits are to consumers, how trust frameworks can participate, and how relying parties can really benefit from strengthened identity credentials that adhere to the INSTIC principles. As we scroll down, we'll have a sponsorship section where we'll be able to folks who sponsor us will be able to have their logo featured permanently on the site. These links will be clickable, so if you click on any of the sponsors, you'll be taken to their website. There will be also dynamic where the logos will either scroll across or they'll flash up. We'll also feature pilots. The IDESG pilots, I think, in the NSTIC pilots, we think that they are a cornerstone of our work, both with the National Program Office and in the IDESG. So we want to highlight what they're doing because that's where the rubber's meeting the road. So here we have just a summing up of Privo, one of our NSTIC pilots, and visitors to the website will be able to click on their arrows on either side and check out other pilots that are there. Down, we'll see some news. Here we have, where you see on our normal site right now. I'm going to switch over to the home page. So these notice here, they'll be a little bit cleaner, easier to read format. They'll be easier to update. Inside, we'll have a link to our blog, and we do have a blog, and we have some really great posts from folks within the IDESG and NSTIC pilots. You'll see our LinkedIn is here and Twitter messages. We are not on Facebook, unfortunately, or not. So, and then at the bottom of the site, you'll see, required boilerplate link to our privacy policy, terms of use, and sitemap, and the same links as you saw above. So that's essentially the homepage of the website. This is what some interior pages of the website will look like. Here's the About bucket. As you'll see, this is Greek type, so it's just meant as a placeholder, so folks can get an idea of the design layout. It's clean, and we wanted to keep it clean. The IDESG news will always be on the pages, so folks will be able to see the latest information. Says, hey, register for the plenary, or we're going to be at the RSA conference. Please, we want you to attend because we're going to have Michael Daniels give a keynote, the what cybers are. No, I put that plug in there. That's what I do. So here we go. So that's our About page. And we're also thinking about mobile, what the mobile site will look like. It's essentially almost exactly the same as our home page, except that it's formatted so you can read it easily on your phone, because everybody knows that you can't be to your phone, to your computer all the time, and so you might as well be doing IDESG work while you're friends and family. So this is what the mobile site looks like, and that is the last page there. So going back, I want to show you what the home page looks like, and here's the different look. So this is the dark, hip, cool, and edgy, and the light version. But it does make a little bit of a difference. So this is something that we wanted to kind of know. And the only difference really is in the header at the top. It's the exact same layout as the dark version. So we realize that some folks like the clean Apple-like view of the website, and other folks like the dark, little bit hip, futuristic look. So this is something we're going to let you guys decide. Tracy, is the Live Sift tool working? It's not. So if you let me know what you think is the best version, the dark version or the light version. And you can even type it in the chat box. I can't really see the chat box right now because I'm sharing my screen. Go dark. If in doubt, always go dark. Doesn't have audio. So.
Hey, this is Ryan. I'm with you now.
Ryan.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Thanks.
And job. Couldn't have done better myself. Well,
okay, great. Do you have anything to add?
I think you did. You good overview. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, folks. That was Ryan Doom from WebAscender. He was the designer who helped mastermind this and walk us through, make sure that we got the important things down for the website and make sure it's readable. To that point, I want to highlight something. We are committed to usability, and so after the site is developed, right now we're working on the site to put it up. This is just a skin, but and we can wait before the white and dark decision is made. But it's the nuts and bolts are happening now, and the tools we're going to be deciding on which suite of tools that we will actually be using that will give the members the most bang for their buck. But at that said, after it's done, Ryan, you may want to talk us through how we do usability testing, because UX is an important issue for our members, especially since there are INSTIC principles that rely to that.
So yeah, some of the testing we'll be going through is some basic usability testing, some accessibility testing, and then of course multiple browser testing. So when it comes to browsers, we'll be testing in at least the last two versions of Internet Explorer, most likely making sure everything works as far back as IE 8. And then later versions of Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and then on your popular mobile devices, which will be your iPhones, your iPads, your Android, resurgence of Android tablets and Android phones. From the browser and mobile standpoint, then there's kind of the accessibility standpoint. So we've got a handful of software tools that we use to test things for accessibility. They'll test the different contrast ratios between text and color, and a handful of just general principles and rules that we've put in place over years for adequate ADA compliance of websites. So if somebody is using a screen reader or something of that nature, that the website's still accessible to those individuals. And then as far as just general user testing for a site like this, most of the tools that we're using here are tried and true strategies of where to put navigation, logo, join, members area, those types of things. We'll occasionally use some online tools to get feedback from a dozen sourced people that kind of go through a website and provide feedback of how easy it is to perform an action or something. We might go through a little of that, but for most of this site, we're using tried and true principle strategies that have been tested over the years of webbing.
Thank you. So, folks, if you have any questions about the site, please don't hesitate to drop me a line. Happy to answer them. We will be sending out a poll to see which version you like. The version, the light version, and Vox Populi, Vox DA. So we'll let you the plenary choose. It's yes, it's a cosmetic choice, and it's not really gathering. But this is a tool that we use every day, and for some of us, it's unfortunately like our home. So you might as well look as cool as possible. So with that, if you have any questions in chat, happy to answer them. If not, I'll get back to Kim.
And right now I don't see any questions. There have been a couple of comments about preferring the dark site versus the light one. But we will we'll set a more formalized way to try to get the feedback on that piece of it, and also to ask if you want to be involved in possibly some of the testing that's going on as more advances for the new website. Great work. I think that both versions look wonderful. So I'm excited to see what the new, the final version will look like. And with that presentation, we have actually come to the end of the plenary. We're trying to stay on time for everyone. So I just wanted to thank all of the presenters and audience participation in the 4 hours that we got to spend together today. And I'd like to thank all those involved in the planning as well. Martini, Tracy, and the Inventors team, Andrew, Alice from Only Works, and if I left anybody off, I really do apologize. But we pulled together, I think, a pretty good for the first time with a long virtual version. In the past, we primarily used virtual plenary models when we had things like voting, and so that was something that needed to happen before the next in-person plenary. I think that this event has shown us that we can have a substantive dialogue and engagement virtually. And unscientifically, I saw around a high of 106 or something like that, and we remained above 100 during the majority of the plenary. Went down to the mid-90s to the third hour, and the last 20 minutes we've now started to dip below 80, and the number keeps going down because you all want to drop. So, but I think that this does show that we can hold the attention of the majority of the individuals in a virtual plenary. And so with that said, our next plenary is also a virtual. It's on Thursday, June 25th. Again, it's from 1 to 5 p.m. So if you have any suggestions for content, please contact MA. We will be soliciting content, suggestions as well in the chair's calls and the management council calls. So there'll be avenues for those. And then I know MA just put a plug in for the IDESG event next week in San Francisco. So just once again, on Wednesday, April 22nd from 4 to 5 p.m. during the RSA conference, we're going to be co-hosting with NIST a panel discussion, and it's entitled Coming Soon, a preview of the Identity Ecosystem Framework. Michael Daniel will be speaking along with some of the NSIC pilots, management council members, and myself. So that's going to be a lot packed in that 1 hour, and we're glad to promote the event. So if you know anyone at the RSA conference, please let them know. If you're going to be there, we'd love to see you too, and we really just want to get a lot of new people who may not know the things we're doing. We're over about 2 minutes, so I just want to thank you again, and we can adjourn. Thank you.